Please. I just want to quickly introduce the chairman of the conference for this year, 2025. He's no other person but Mr. Bobby. Please, a round of applause for him as he walks to the stages. Better for me, eh? All right, so please clap for yourselves again. Thank you. Thank you. Very much welcome everyone to this sustainability conference and this first of its kind. A lot of us have been behind the curtain trying to do things. Special shout out to our executive directors. Have particular order, have the Julius Apong, we have Dr. Perry, and a whole lot more of directors who are also present. Thank you so much. And to the organizing committee, you guys are awesome. Thank you for this. The reality. We're not just here because we have something to do. There's always something to learn. I am an advocate of, and most of the time we find that a lot of people, a lot of organizations, let me say, are more about the first P, which is profit. Of course, not don't blame them. You know, if you know like three core P, people, profit, and planet, right? You want to conserve profit, and planet comes in and something to consider, but really, guys, you know, there's a drive to be better. We all take something, and of course, the environment and the planet is protected, sustainably, if I may add. Just before I leave you, I had a conversation with a colleague, and we're trying to get, just for this conference, packaging for one of the materials we want to issue out. I don't want to be specific. And while we have that conversation, the lady said, "This is a sustainable packaging product." I said, "How do you know it's a sustainable packaging product?" He said, "It's actually made of plastic. Plastic is recyclable. It's sustainable." I said, "I don't agree. It's sustainable." He said, "Okay, what is the number written behind the plastic?" She said, "I've asked the person who is selling, and he says this person said it's sustainable." I said, "The person an environmentalist or just somebody who wants to buy this material?" So again, that triggered some level of conversation. Every thing about 1 or 7, and all with different meaning or connotation. So it's also a good thing that even we are sustainable ambassadors or advocates, we're also looking out for these things. Let's look for eco-friendly products, even while we make our decisions. Sometimes this comes at a price, but again, we are saying that environmental enthusiasts. All right, so without taking most of your time, I want to really pray you to be attentive, get as much as you can, network as much as you can, and let's make this event a wonderful session. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time once again and for being here. And with this, I would like to call on our MC to take the floor. MC, we can clap for MC better. Please, let's clap for you. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests. It's not just a word. It's not the number one packaging. It is not a line in an annual report. Sustainability is a promise. And with the rise of greenwashing, that promise is one too often broken. Not just as a tool, but as a compass for integrity. Artificial intelligence and digitalization can help us verify claims, trace footprints, and hold businesses accountable so that when we sell grain, we mean grain. Today, we are here as thinkers and doers, not just to explore the power of artificial intelligence, but to ask the tough question. Center of Excellence for Innovation. Yes, if you know that's your points of your development. Because that is right on standby, is with us travel.
And what I mean, you can bet happen. So a lot of people have worked behind the scenes. And I'd like to thank all the people you see from those tables to all those you see sitting here. If I start, then we won't have that. I'd like to thank is green. All that glitters is gold. But lots of organizations that are giving this is surface washing. I like to say surface washing. So it has always bothered us in the faculty for the Center of Excellence for Innovation and Leadership. And we have always thought about it. In the debates we organize, we have made a lot of efforts to bring up the fact that things can be done better as far as sustainability is concerned. But we decided that this year, let's gather the industry chiefs together and let's share knowledge on how we can utilize current trends to prevent this greenwashing. Become expedient, that just like the MC said, our world is moving forward. You see that heads are no longer above the neck, the shoulders the way they used to be. All heads are bowed low because people are buried in their phones. So we want to find out how to enter the phone and show them through AI and digitalization how to ensure that we actually don't gas, bring out, emit smoke and the rest of them and still make fine reports. So this conference is motivated by the 3 Ps. The need for organizations to be secularized rather than linearized. We are moving from the linear economy where we used to say from cradle to grave, economy where we are saying from cradle to cradle. But that is just on the one side, environment. Sustainability is not just environment. So sustainability is ESG. The E is the environment we've talked about. The S is people. And you have sent a lot of people through chronic disease and infection and work to hospitals. Some of them may never have children because of radioactive materials you have exposed them to, and on and on and on. Inclusive, the men are still looking down on the women, and the women in power are still trampling on the men. if we continue to do that, we are not sustainable. Are lined up. We are going to show you how we can identify, how we have used AI and digitalization to identify the fake, and how we can use the same AI and digitalization to do it right and do it well. So it's your effort, and I'd like to thank you for joining forces to make this happen. We are in somewhere, but let's do one step at a time, and this is our step one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Without wasting any more time, to the keynote address to be delivered by Dr. Eugene Itwa, CEO of Capital. I said earlier that he will be delivering this keynote virtually, and he's on standby. But before he comes up, I'd like to read the citation. Dr. Eugene is a seasoned sustainability and safeguard expert, over 25 years of experience across various sectors. Firstly, he served as facilitator of the Sustainability Policy Commission and now team lead for the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, NESG, the task force on climate change. Successfully managing projects focused on climate policy, capacity building, and sustainable development. He spearheaded the 2050 zero strategy for the development bank of climate change bill. Dr. Eugene led Nigeria's first stocktake of NOC implementation 2015 to 2024 and served as senior expert, climate policy and governance for UK Pact in Nigeria and as a climate change consultant for EU support to circular economy. Dr. Eugene has successfully managed various projects, AFD, World Bank, bodies, and partnership with the 2050 Pathways platform, encompassing climate finance, circular economy, and ESG integration. He is an accredited trainer for UNDP SDG Impact Standards, served as policy and advocacy coordinator for the NCA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he has also served as coordinator West Africa Capital's Coalition Hub. If your hands are not too busy, please, with a rousing ovation, welcome for the keynote address, Dr. Eugene Itwa, MD and CEO of National Capital.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, apologies, I couldn't be present physically to join this. I had wished that I am there physically, but unfortunately it's not possible. And so you bear with me. I'm going to share some thoughts on, as the keynote address, on utilizing AI and digitalization for the prevention of greenwashing in sustainability cycles. I know based on what Dr. Julius already had said, and perhaps I didn't hear other people that have spoken before. I just want to say that greenwashing, what does it mean? When companies make false claims about being environmentally friendly, appear more sustainable than they actually are, that is greenwashing. Often they exaggerate or invent efforts to look eco-friendly, whereas in actuality they are not. I give an example. A company might label a product as eco-friendly while using harmful chemicals misleading consumers about its true impact on the environment. That is greenwashing in simple terms. But why should we ensure we have authentic reporting? Honest sustainability reporting builds trust with consumers and holds companies accountable. Where brands are transparent about their environmental efforts, it fosters loyalty and encourages customers to support them. I give an example again. Patagonia is known for openly sharing its environmental impact, which helps build a strong connection with its customer. If they are to greenwash, that connection will not be there. But specifically with regard to this, what is the role of AI and digital tools? They can improve the accuracy of sustainability reporting by automating data collection or even analysis. This assists all of us in reducing the chances of greenwashing by ensuring that claims are based on reliable data. I give you an example as part of what was read. We had looked at the implementation of the nationally determined contribution and other climate actions since 2015 to 2024 in Nigeria on behalf of the government, a stock take. And then, of course, the climate finance flow into the country. We pull this data, information here and there. But I will tell you that we can reference that because they were pulled from verifiable sources, so to say. So, if these tools, I will say again, assist in reducing the chances of greenwashing by ensuring that claims are based on reliable data. AI can analyze social media comments about a company's sustainability claims, helping organizations understand how they are viewed by the public. But what are the challenges in relation to this? In fact, let's even give an example. How common is greenwashing? Let me start with that. Nearly 70% of consumers, based on some studies, have seen examples of greenwashing, showing how widespread misleading claims can be. There have been studies carried out by people. And so this creates doubts about which brands are genuinely sustainable. You know, in our climb, we can even say which ones are actually genuine. And so even when you want to buy products, for instance, let's leave the sustainability, for instance. Pharmaceutical products, you know, you are not too sure which one is good, which one is bad. And so look at AI greenwashing from that flank. And so what AI can help us deal with the challenge. There have been notable cases, for instance, Volkswagen emission scandal. Volkswagen had lied about emission data, resulting in a $2.8 billion US fine and a serious loss of trust from consumers. And H&M's conscious collection, H&M advertised a sustainable clothing line, but continued harmful fast fashion practices, leading to public criticism. The impact is on trust. The impact is on reputation. So in other words, greenwashing can lead to financial losses and lead to long-term damage to a company's reputation. Consumers increasingly favor brands that are transparent and ethical. And those caught in greenwashing face boycotts and bad press. We have government policies in Nigeria and indeed African countries that tend to focus on AI. For instance, we have national AI policy that aims to make Nigeria a leader in AI by encouraging innovation and responsible use. What is the implication on greenwashing? It's telling everyone promote transparency, even in the use of AI, which can reduce greenwashing claims. And then there's AI roadmap. It details plans for AI development, focusing on educational collaboration with industries. Again, the implication on greenwashing encourages ethical AI practices to verify sustainability claims. What about data protection regulation? It sets rules for how data should be handled in AI applications. The implication for greenwashing: protect consumer data, which enhances trust in sustainability reports. Globally, looking at it from the African angle, Africa's Union Agenda 2060 promotes using AI for economic development across the continent. In relation to greenwashing, or the implication, it encourages responsible AI use, helping to fight deceptive claims. What about the continental strategy for digital economy? That one focuses on digital transformation to boost economic growth. In relation to greenwashing, it supports transparency, it supports accountability, and indeed supports in reducing risk of greenwashing. There is this partnership on AI, PAI. It focuses on collaboration among African countries to share best practices in AI governance. In relation to greenwashing, it helps create standards that can detect and prevent greenwashing. Now, how can AI help detect greenwashing in Nigeria? Perhaps we can look at it from the flank of one of the balances or one of the languages that is used, natural language processing, NLP. What does that one do? It analyzes product description and marketing materials to find misleading claims. In the use of this, what are the benefits? It flags exaggerated statements, helping consumers see which companies are actually genuine. What about data analysis and monitoring? In this regard, we are able to track environmental data to compare reported figures with actual performance. The benefits is huge because it will help us find discrepancies that may indicate greenwashing. And then there's this aspect of image recognition. It analyzes product images to check if it claims match the actual materials. So in other words, it benefits us because it assists in verifying if eco labels are used correctly. And then you also have this language of sentiment analysis in AI. It looks at social media to gauge public opinion on company sustainability claims. So in other words, it helps identify brands that are falsely promoting their sustainability. And perhaps we can look at, again, one of the terms you are very familiar with, blockchain integration. This ensures claims about supply chains are genuine and traceable. So in other words, it enhances trust in sustainability claims by providing clear records. Are there challenges in implementing AI policies? Certainly there are. Data quality and availability. For instance, poor data or poor quality data can make AI less effective. The impact: inaccurate information can lead to wrong conclusions about a company's practices. What about technical expertise? Do we all have technical expertise to actually deploy? Do we have the skill? For now, there is a shortage of skill. AI is still a figment of imagination to some individuals, even to some professionals. A shortage of skilled AI professionals can slow down progress. So in other words, lack of expertise may result in underutilized technology, even when the technology is there. What about regulatory framework? Generally, yes, we've talked about policies. Current laws may not adequately cover AI use in detecting greenwashing. This is because we are not too sure, or clear regulations can create confusion, even for businesses. And public awareness and trust is another thing. Many people don't fully understand AI. We're not looking at the experts now, which can lead to enough doubts. It's creating doubts in people. This can indeed hinder collaboration between consumers and businesses. What about resource constraints? Small and medium enterprises may not have enough money to invest in AI. This creates unequal access to tools that can help detect greenwashing. Let's look at examples of greenwashing AI could help. There is a feedback. Are we in position to mute ourselves, please? Please, are you in position to mute those that are interfering with this? Please, if we can do that, that would be very fine. Now, examples of greenwashing. Firstly, labeled eco-friendly product. We've mentioned this before. A company claims its cleaning products are 100% natural, but they contain harmful chemicals. That is an example. What can AI tool do in this regard? Recall earlier, I had talked about the parlance we use, natural language processing. The natural language processing can assist in dealing with this. How? It can help analyze product description to flag these misleading claims. What else? Misleading carbon offset claims. People are talking about carbon. A corporation claims to be carbon neutral, but doesn't actually reduce emission. AI can assist in data analysis that will reveal inconsistency between reported emissions and actual offset. And sustainable fashion claims. A brand promotes sustainability while using harmful manufacturing practices. It could be health and safety, and the like. You can bring that into the space. Image recognition can compare materials used against marketing claims. And so in other words, even as health, safety, and environmental professionals, I think your scope has been expanded more for you to thrive in your profession. Let's take that opportunity. We can build our capacities together. What about green certifications? A product displays an eco label that isn't backed by credible sources. AI can check these claims against certification databases. And social media misinformation. A company receives positive feedback based on misleading green marketing. AI tool can provide sentiment analysis that will indeed highlight gaps between public perception and actual practices. For organizations in Nigeria, how can they implement AI? Identify your business needs. Assess areas for AI application. Determine whether AI can add value. And I'll tell you, yes, it can add value, but I assess the area, such as improving efficiency, enhancing customer service, or analyzing data. For instance, a retail company might focus on AI for inventory management or customer insight. What about developing a clear strategy? You can also do that. Establish clear goals for what the company aims to achieve with AI. For instance, a company may aim to reduce operational costs by 20% through AI automation. We can even invest in infrastructure, upgrading our technology, ensuring that the necessary hardware and software are in place to support AI application. A company can do that. And when you do this, you can invest, for instance, in cloud computing services for data storage and processing. Can we also build our skilled workforce? Yes, we can. Training and development counts here. We can provide training programs to upskill our employees in AI technologies and data analysis. And when we do, it's going to be quite beneficial. So we can even partner with educational institutions for workshops and courses on AI. What about collaborating with experts? We can work with AI consultants or firms that specialize in AI implementation. We can even hire a firm, for instance, to guide the integration of AI into existing systems. Can we start small? And in that small scale as well, we can. We can start small and then scale. We can develop pilot projects. We can begin with small-scale AI projects to test effectiveness before wider implementation. For instance, implementing AI chatbots for customer service on a trial basis. Monitor and evaluate is also another thing, because we need continuous assessment to improve our system. Regularly review AI performance against set objectives and make adjustments as needed. In this, analyze your customer feedback on AI tools to improve your effectiveness. Now, generally, in terms of sustainability reporting, how can African governments encourage AI adoption? We can look at creating supportive policies. Recall earlier we talked about policies, and now to galvanize that, to give it the legal teeth to bite, we can create regulations or laws. Develop clear guidelines and regulations that promote the ethical use of AI sustainability reporting. For instance, regulations that encourage transparency and accountability in corporate sustainability claims can be brought about. What about providing funding and grants? Financial support is needed. Yes, government can offer grants or provide loans that are subsidized to companies investing in AI technology for sustainability. For instance, a government fund specifically aimed at supporting startups using AI for environmental reporting could be appropriate. What about investing in research and development? We encourage the government to fund research initiatives focused on AI applications in sustainability. Collaborating with universities to develop AI solutions that address local environmental challenges is one example that could be done. How can we also use this? How can the government ensure that there is that bridge that is built? The handshake is there, fostering public-private partnership. The government should encourage collaboration, facilitate partnership between government, businesses, and academia to share knowledge and resources. If the government cannot reach out to the private sector, let the private sector reach out to the government and create that ecosystem. Joint initiative to develop AI tool for tracking emissions or resource usage is an example. What about enhancing digital infrastructure? We can invest in internet and digital infrastructure to ensure companies have access to the necessary technologies. Expanding broadband access in rural areas to enable more businesses to adopt AI is an example. Can we also promote awareness and education? Yes, wholesale launching of awareness program to educate businesses about the benefits of AI for sustainability. Yes, we could do workshops, we could do seminars, focus on successful AI implementation in sustainability reporting. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to add that there is a need for global partnership. So in this, we want to engage partners, international organizations, countries to share best practices and technology. And so the government should encourage this. For instance, collaborating with global AI research institutions to adapt their findings for local context. If we follow this, I think we'll be able to adopt AI sustainably and indeed ensure that we are able to report or bring about sustainability reporting in a manner that greenwashing is dealt with. So, my great audience, AI and digital tools play a crucial role in fighting greenwashing and promoting real sustainability efforts. We encourage businesses to adopt ethical practices and use technology to ensure their sustainability claims are genuine. I would also like to add that my professional colleagues, can you widen your horizon if you have not already and find out what AI is all about? Go to Coursera, go to internet, it's awash with different courses that you can do to expand your scope, to expand your knowledge, and indeed to enhance your professionalism. I think if we do that, all of us will support in the use of AI and digital tools to prevent greenwashing in sustainability cycles. Thank you very much. Those online, did you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we can.
loud and clear, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, we can.
I can hear those from.
Very well, very well. We employ AI as we to employ AI. AI will help us solve things that we can imagine. And here we are talking about using AI in sustainability, AI to prevent greenwashing and captured by Dr. Njin in that keynote address. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us once again. Without wasting any more time, we're going to move on with today's conference. And speaking about walking the talk, helping the environment and the ecosystem stay green, stay sustainable. The Center for Excellence for Leadership seen a round innovation. I will tell you, comes down to this event. They offered a carpooling service to bring people from different parts of Lagos. So it's possible talk. Once again, this is the Sustainability and Innovation Conference, and it is powered by the Center of Excellence in Innovation and Leadership. Before we want to answer some very important questions in our list, we all are important. But I must do this because we must give honor to whom honor is due. Looking forward to recognize the presence of Professor Charles Obodo, the Honorary President, Vice Chancellor, Maduka University in Enugu. And he's not physically with us, but one of the days when you say the Pakistan conference, we have find on safety, comfort, give us a safety moment. This is one young man who, the person I'm about to introduce now is one young man that will forever remain fine, because he's none other than Dr. Finray Mbata, the Deputy President, Safety, Sustainability and Disaster Risk Management Expert. He is a round of applause for him as he comes forward. That's Dr. Finray Mbata. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. I did introduce earlier the Director General and CEO of the Center, who was being modest and said he would not claim the title of Dr. Julius. Fantastic work. I would also recognize the presence of a unique woman, head of faculty at the SIC Academy, ex-director training and consulting, in the person of Dr. Monica, who was we've also got our speakers here with us, apart from here present, and I dare to say they were here early. In no particular order, or maybe ladies first, I will recognize the presence of Dr. Personally conferred the role of doctor on her, or the title of doctor. But let me recognize Engineer Loveling Okoye, Senior Sustainability Manager, 7up Dublin Company. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Also here present in our midst is a fine gentleman as well, in the person of Mr. Babatunde Adodokin. He's the head Direct Development, Friesland Company, Wanko, Nigeria PLC. Thank you very much. You can see this very of sustainability. It's very color. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. We'll have more partners, more speakers who will join us as time goes on. Dr. Chinyere Amici, thank you very much. It's here and was to make move on. I'll let the president of Dr. Alanon, the President Association of Facilities Management Practitioners of Nigeria. Dr. Olumide, I know. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite to the microphone at this time for a welcome remark by the President, Professor Charles Obodo, who will be represented by to represent. Thank you very much for joining us, ma'am. I will do the more robust introduction as we go on. And please ask Dr. Finray that comes to the microphone for an address. Thank you very much, sir.
to welcome you to this all important event. Esteemed scholars, industry experts, innovators, dictionaries, and ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, or good morning this evening. This is our conference. 2025 organized by the Center of Excellence for Innovation and Leadership. Very well. I'm very glad to know that we are putting sustainability in action. I can see that registration is being digitalized, correct? And we had a webinar session from the keynote speaker. I note a lot of things in action. Before you do our capacity, I'm chairman of the board of directors of CIL. And on behalf of our ethnic president, Professor Charles, who sends his warm regards and unwavering support for the prevention of rape. It's not timely, it's vital. One the answer lies in intelligent innovation and transparent digital systems. Artificial intelligence and digital technologies have given us powerful tools, not only for sustainability, but how you must be able to prove what and evidence. Economic and technological intersection. Sustainability and AI ability to challenge our assumptions about the nature of technological advancement. Building an effective sustainability strategy in the manufacturing industry will explore how industry giants can work it up, not just through policies, but through practice. Exploring the economic benefits of digitized sustainability reporting for businesses will underscore that sustainability is not a burden, but a business opportunity waiting to be unlocked. We are also honored to host a panel session led by erudite HSC scholars whose depth of expertise will enrich our understanding of health, safety, environment, and broader sustainability agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a platform for collaboration, transparency. It's a call to collaboration, transparency, and transformation. As we embark on today's session, I urge you all to share boldly, question, and commit sincerely. Together, let us reimagine our future where success is not just a promise. It's not just promise, but proven. Safeguarded by data and championed by responsible. On behalf of CIL, Board of Directors, and the entire organizing committee, I welcome you once again to Sustainability Innovation Conference 2025. Let the conversation begin and may they lead to real change. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fine. But I run over questioning once again, please, as it comes to his seat. It's a lot that has been lined up for today. And as I said earlier, the conversations we will be having here today will not just define the future of our industries. Let's bear in mind, let's remember that these conversations will define the future of our planet. And just in any case, you're thinking the planet is some tall dream. Think about the planet as your immediate environment. So let's approach these conversations with this in mind. Before I move on, I have to do this. I have to once again recognize the presence of Lindy Cheta Mabinke, the Director of ESG, Clean Solutions. Thank you very much for joining us, ma'am. Thank you very much. Let me also recognize my safety is in your reverse. I'm so sorry. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us. I would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Hakim. Mr. Hakim. Very much, sir. I would also like to recognize the presence of Mr. from BAT, Mr. Lukman Akintunde. Thank you. I saw this esteemed gentleman among us earlier. I can't see him around. He stepped across virtually. Let's appreciate the presence of Mr. Personalities who are joining us today to make a success and to help. Right. Hands are not easy. It's later come the presentation on the 5 P's of sustainability from high school. High school. Very interesting. They are all different. Champions,
Well, happy and honored to be part of this historic event, this Sustainability Innovations Conference. Today, we'll be talking about how girls like us can take action and support the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the idea called 5Ps. These 5Ps stand for people, planet, prosperity, partnership. These 5Ps, starting with people.
Thank you, Favor. My name is Afolabi, and I'll speak on people. This focuses on the real challenges that is in Nigeria, like hunger, poverty, poor health, lack of education, and gender inequality. In some Nigerian communities, people like me still miss food during the sanitary pad. These are real challenges. As young girls like us, let us start by donating food for some families in need, organizing pet tutoring for our classmates struggling with their learning. As the Yoruba says, Ekoni Soni Dioga, readers today, leaders tomorrow. Let us invest in our people. Thank you.
My name is Ede Chamaka, and I'll be talking on planet. Firstly, if I may ask everyone here, our government are crying for help from the plastic pollution in Lagos gutter, which causes flood in the Benue State, and can also for these challenges. We can organize the clean-up drives now. We can educate other people in planting trees and conserving water. As the Igbo will say, Obu na Igbo bisara osisi niile, gịnị ka anyị eli echi? Which means if we destroy all the plants, then we will still have a place. I am in GSS 2A, and I'm here to talk about prosperity. Prosperity is defined as a development growth in. Today, youth are jobless. Skills, STEM, and entrepreneurship education. We can even promote local businesses if they have our support. It says in Hausa, Ilmeshule Ginshikin means knowledge is the foundation of life. Nangoli. Thank you, Ekida, and I would like to take it from there. My name is Mohamed Fatima, and I will speak on peace and the system. We cannot do anything if our safety and strong systems that work for that causes the they feel they are neglected. They usually try to take laws in their hands. In some parts in Nigeria, children are scared to go to school all because of insecurity. Girls can lead the way in promoting peace. We can start anti-corruption clubs and peace clubs in our society and schools to teach conflict resolutions. We can speak out against bullying, cultism, and we can also promote honesty and responsibilities to teach our students leaders. As we say in Nigeria, peace is not the absence of war, it's also the presence of justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. I'm Oyedele Kintope Elizabeth, and I'll speak on partnership. Nobody can achieve the SDGs alone. We all, including boys, girls, young, old, schools, communities, Nigerians, and the whole world at large, we all need to work together to achieve the SDGs. Technologies like AI and digital tools can help us to connect, learn, and hold our leaders accountable. So now the question is, what can we do? We can join student networks for SDGs, and we can also be in partnership with NGOs like SEALs and also be part of youth groups in our communities. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, talk is cheap. Let me and my friend demonstrate what collaboration and partnership is. One, two, go. Together, we are not just the leaders of tomorrow, we are the change makers of today. Let us make the SDGs a reality in our communities. One step, one action, one girl at a time. Thank you.
They said. How many languages did they use? 3. Yeah. Someone said 3. 4. Which? Okay, so I'm guessing that the person that said 3 left out. So Chiamaka said something that was related with me. She said something along the lines of, you don't eat everything at once. You know, my wife is Igbo, and she tells me that when I want to eat everything at once, she will tell me, did I get it correctly? You don't eat everything at once. To eat everything at once is bad. That was what Chiamaka said. Let's not eat our planet at once, because when we finish, where will we? Are we going to be floating? Of course not. So please, let's remember everything that they have said. They've said females, girls can be champions if they have necessary support. They can be champions of a sustainable planet. That's very, very important. And everyone who has made this a success as we see it. And I must also at this point acknowledge the presence of our virtual participants. They are very, very, very important. You know, it's not a function of whether you are here physically or virtually. If you're a part of this conference, you can say that you're a part meant to redefine the future. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. I'd like to appreciate the presence of Man. They are here situated to my left at the far back. Man, and they say partnership that's brought. Let's appreciate them. and let's do well to visit their stand at the exhibition stands. We also have in our midst Miller Limited to my right. They are there. Please appreciate their presence. They have been supportive partners. We would also like to appreciate Milo. I think in our midst. Maybe not, but please let's appreciate them. They've been wonderful partners. I'd also like to appreciate the presence and support. Oh, he's been modest. He's waving from here. For them. Thank you very much for your support. We also have in our midst Natural Eco Capital. Natural Eco Capital. Does that ring the bell? Does that ring the bell? Who's saying yes? I want to hear yes from them. Natural Eco Capital. Does it ring the bell from today? The keynote speaker. So he has supported us by giving us the keynote speech, and they are here fully present, and they have something that you will love to see. Eco-friendly pencils. Well, you have to visit the stand to see for yourself. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for being here. We'll also insurance. Please a round of applause for them. It is also very important also support from the official drinks partner for this conference. The official drinks partner, NECA, the Nigerian bottling company. Well, I have to separate out that way. Yeah, the official drinks partner for this event. Please a round of applause for them once again. Let's also appreciate the support and the contributions of Straught. Please a round of applause for them. They have been wonderful partners. It is also important to appreciate the support of Liquid Metal Global Services Limited. Liquid Metal, we have a representative here today. But please, let's appreciate their support. They have been wonderful supporters. It's also important to appreciate the support that our folks from Fresh Fountain Consulting Limited have offered us. Fresh Fountain, oh, Dr. Monica. Please, a round of applause for Fresh Fountain Consulting Services. They have been wonderful supporters and partners. At this point, I would like to announce that we can breakfast. So there's official drinks and there is official food. I don't think I would be surprised if food was absent at this conference. I wouldn't be surprised. Because somebody says sustainability. You need to sustain your existence. Promote sustainability. Well, that's part of it, but that's not even why I will be shocked if food is not a part. It was interesting when I was looking through the profiles of some of our speakers. Two of them.
You say I will give you, but no be now. Say I no get her now. No be waiting and tell you. Because I did not get it from you.
And they are actively in the food
or
the stomach infrastructure business. Head of area development. So I'm not committing him to this, but we have an official drinks partner. It's official food. If we do need official milk, we know where to look. Right? Yeah. Thank you very much. Engineer Loveling Okoye, Stability Manager at 7up Bottling Company. We know what we use 7up for. Nigerians, do we know what we use 7up for? Beyond item 7. What do we use 7up for? Content inside the solid content. I think some people are trying to find colorful words to mask what it is we do with it. But the point is sustainability, stomach sustainability, health sustainability. So it's sustainability. It is not just about foliage or greeneries. It's about life generally. Let's remember that these conversations, I will continue to have on these are yet to. Let's not forget that. That said, going round. The high table, the dignity partner. It's also visiting sessions further down the road. But yes, as we have breakfast, it's internet. Sustainability is not something you can do in isolation. Collaboration and partnership, as I've said, it's possible. So as we have breakfast, let's networking sustainability. Sitting also flex your muscles and move around. So maximize the opportunity, move around, have breakfast, network with people, establish new connections, and in 10 to continue once we have to discuss the conversations at this conference. Thank you very much. I'll see you in 10 minutes. So first, like I said, and after the high table goes, we'll start with these beautiful ladies in front, and on like that. and we have more presentations coming our way. Very quickly, let me introduce other speakers who will be speaking to us at this conference. With me to introduce Engineer Loveling Oye, Senior Sustainability Manager, 7-Up Bottling Company. Engineer currently heads the Sustainability Unit of 7-Up Bottling Company, Pan Nigeria, and also functions as an executive member of the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, FBRA. She has an engineering background with over 12 years postgraduate experience in process engineering, environmental sustainability, climate action, decarbonization, stakeholder management, SDGs advocacy, circular economy, community development, and sustainability leadership. The practice of sustainability for Engineer Loveling started in 2010 with passionate volunteering initiatives targeted at the indigent, especially enabled, and local community development, as well as economic skill sets building in southeastern Nigeria. In those programs, she has earned herself national awards as Most Outstanding MDGs Advocate in 2012, an Outstanding Volunteer Award in Nigeria by Voluntary Service Overseas, and several community development awards. As a top green voice, the ESG governor, Engineer Loveling is fascinated by supporting hard to update organizations in the achievement of environmental stewardship, circular economy, emissions management, risk-based materiality assessment, and EGS and E&S pattern impact mitigation. Engineer Loveling holds an MBA in General Management and Sustainable Development and a law certificate from University of Cambridge. She is ISO 26000, 4501, and 45,001 and 14,001 certified, and is currently on a doctorate program in international business. Her message to all is, we all have one latent debt to pay, which is to leave the world better than we met it. So, do not die owing. That's a message to all. Please a round of applause for Engineer Loveling Okoye. Please a round of applause for Engineer Loveling Okoye. Are we brief? That's message. Please a round of applause for how she comes forward to take her seat. Thank you very much for telling us. When I was reading her profile, I saw that she did process engineering, and it just reminded me. I mean, these days I tend to forget that I'm also a chemical engineer. But when I saw process engineering, I remembered. Thank you very much for joining us, ma'am. I did introduce this fine gentleman earlier, but once again, I will introduce him, and this time you will know more about him, more than just reaching out to him for milk sustainability. Mr. Adedokunbo Babatunde is an accomplished professional with over 18 years of experience, excelling as a safety, health, and environment SHE expert in the manufacturing sector. He holds a Bachelor of Technology degree in Mechanical Engineering from the University of South Africa, Pretoria, and a Master's degree in Environmental Management with distinction from the University of Lagos. Great Apokite. Great Apokite. If you are not an Apokite, don't join in the chorus. So we don't need the numbers. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest Apokites. Well, I don't know. Reflects demonstrated expertise across various domains of engineering, industrial safety and environmental management. He is a trained lead auditor in ISO management systems with extensive interventional audit experience across Europe and Africa. He is also an expert in tripod meta-analysis, organizational behavior management, and atmospheric explosion ATEX. Recently, he completed a course as a senior expert at Myron Business University in the Netherlands. Mr. Adedokun previously served as a cluster manager for safety, health, environment, and sustainability, SHES, for Sub-Saharan Africa at Friesland Campina Wamco Nigeria PLC. He is currently the head of dairy development at Friesland Campina Wamco Nigeria PLC. In addition to his corporate responsibilities, he serves as the chairman of the HSE committee for the OGBA, or the Zone of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, and is a board of trustees member of the Institute of Business Management Systems Standards Practitioners. His outstanding contributions to the field have earned him several accolades, including the AfriSafe African Best Safety Practitioner of the Year Award. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Atunde Adedokun. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. And he's not here yet, but he is going to be one of our speakers. He's a versatile, sought after and passionate QHSES speaker, business sustainability executive, and an enterprise risk management professional with over 24 years of practical hands-on approach, strong coaching skills, high decisional efficiency with several international certifications in environmental law, QHSSES management, process safety, business continuity, business process management, enterprise risk management, asset management and management system standards, ISO 9001-2015, ISO 14001-2015, ISO 4501-2018, ISO 22301-2019, and many more. He's a fellow in 10 leading professional bodies, including his International Institute of Risk and Safety Management, IIRSM in the UK, and an outstanding contributor to OSH Drive in Nigeria, Africa, and the Global Village, being one of the global profilers for Vision Zero in the world. He led the first integrated management system certification, ISO 9001-2015, 1401-2015, and 4501-2018 in the Nigerian electricity in 2020, and the same for the first government parastatal in Nigeria and Sub-Saharan Africa. Over the years, as a social impact leader and change maker, he founded the QHSES Leadership Academy, the prestigious tuition-free social innovation academy, certified to ISO 9001-2015, and accredited by the American Council of Training and Development, ACTD, where people are inspired to make the world a better place, and initiated the annual leadership reboot envisioned to develop leaders with empathy who strive to have positive and lasting impacts on people, companies, and society through professional excellence, integrity, and spirit of service. He is the originator of Substainability. He has attended several executive courses in prestigious institutions, including Harvard, Driving Business Performance, Lagos Business School, Mississippi State University, US, Enicom Academy, Sweden, Tekedia Academy, Kea Education, University of Cape Town, Executive Masters in CSR and Sustainability, amongst many others. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he is the man we know as the Jagaban of safety. He is none other than engineer Jamu Badmus. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. You will agree with me that we have a robust lineup of speakers, and everything that will be going down here today will be coming from a place of experience, the place of passion, the place of drive to see the world a better place. This time I'd like to invite to the microphone for the first presentation around the theme of building an effective sustainability strategy in the manufacturing industry in Nigeria. And things will be delivered by Engineer Loveling Okoye, Senior Sustainability Manager, 7up Lane Company. A round of applause comes forward. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your voice, I don't know. How is it that mine is more amplified than yours? Good afternoon, everyone. So it's not sounding energetic, it's not sounding passionate. That was, part of the few words I heard from the MC, right? So he mentioned that whatever you're going to hear here should stem from passion. So I want to feel that passion in your voice. I want to believe that a lot, was planned so that you can live here more energized, more fulfilled, so that you can make impact wherever you find yourself or whichever organization you are at the moment. So let's feel that heat. Good afternoon, everyone. More like it. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I'll start by saying that I'm very happy. And I feel so elated to stand in front of you to talk about sustainability strategy. I can always talk about sustainability for free, because it's stemming from a place of passion. And whatever I'm going to talk about here will be out of my own experience. I'm not going to be theoretical. So I'm going to talk about what I've experienced, what I have, practicalized, so that you can take it home and see what you can make out of it. So building an effective sustainability strategy in the manufacturing industry. Let's go. So let's start by understanding the concepts sustainability and ESG. So why I brought in ESG is because I may be using both interchangeably. So let's understand that. And sustainability is not ESG. We understand that. Yeah. Do we understand that? Yeah. I went to a forum to speak about the 3 pillars of sustainability: dimension, environment, social, and governance. And it was financial sector. It was bankers that come to do due diligence when we want to collect money from them. Before I start, I made 3 promises. One to the organizer, and I'm not going to spend more than 15 minutes. I hope I keep it. Second, to myself, that if I tend to rush through the slides, you can always get my contacts if you need more clarity. That you must also fulfill your own part. So I hear a lot of people that will come and say, I want you to teach me this, I want you to mentor. You agree, but then they don't agree to their organ, they don't come around. So we have to be committed to whatever we have set out to do. So what's sustainability? So the way United Nations defines, I always love to go by that, is meeting your needs, your present needs, in such a way that you not jeopardize the ability of the future. Also do what? Meet their own needs. Let's bring it down to manufacturing sector organizations. It is the way you operationalize your activities, is the way you run your production in such a way that after 10 years, 20 years, 50 years down the line, that organization will still be functioning. So it then means you are allowing the future to also meet their own needs. I work with 7up bottling company, and 7up bottling company is as old as Nigeria. So the first green bottle was rolled out in 1960. And if you enter the organization now, you still feel like at home, like it just started. That's sustainability. So I don't want us to see sustainability with the lens of philanthropy. Let's just do good. Okay? Sustainability on its own rests on 3 pillars. There's the people element, the planet element, and then the profit element. So if you are practicing sustainability and you're just seeing it as I want to do good, that's not sustainability. If you bring it, if you look at it with the lens of a business, it means making that business viable over time. And for the business to be viable, that means that the people need to be what? They need to be what? You're not talking, it should be interactive. The people should be what? The people should be what?
taken care of.
Should be taken care of. It also means that the planet should be what? Should be what? Protected, conserved, because these are some of the factors of production. In fact, if you look at the factors of production, the human element is the most important factor of production. So once the people elements are taken care of, the planet elements, costs are taken care of, then what happens? The business can do what? Profit can be sustained. So this is sustainability. Even when you are building a business case for sustainability, your CEO must see that dynamic, that element, that financial part. How does it speak towards the finance of the business? Then what's ESG? So ESG is a framework that actually, investor focused. So they looked at how can we invest in businesses so that it will not impact on us negatively. Currently, the business may tell you that they are viable, they are making profit. But in the long term, what happens? Will they be sustained? Will they still be making profit to be able to repay us? So they now have to look at the non-financial aspect of a business that can impact what? The financial. That's why if maybe you have any funding or because you may lose your social license to operate, and it will turn around to impact on the financial to also achieve what? Business sustainability. Business. So it is that ESG is investment that helps external investors to be able to what? Gauge the company performance, their potential opportunities, and then have. But sustainability looks at it's like overall coordination, is long-term focused, not just what you do in the short term. That's what we're going to talk about this strategy, sustainability. Next, please. So does it matter? Matter. Let's do good though. Does this really matter? Why? We need to. Okay, I love that. We need to protect the future. What else? Business continuity. What else?
So we'll not eat the inheritance of our future generations.
I like that. What else? Also for what? For growth. So let's start from the environmental dynamics. Raw materials. Most of the raw material that we they are non-finite. They are finite raw material rather. Okay? They are finite, meaning that if you use them, you do what? You lose them. Even water at a time we are feeling was non-finite. What happened in 2020? What happened in 2020? In South Africa, the wells were drying up. Then you see people launching what? Water efficiency initiative, water efficiency program. We thought it was finite. But out of the whole percentage of water table, it's only about 2 that is what? Fresh. And even the 2 that is fresh, about 70% of it is what? In ice form. Go to cement industries. The major raw material is what? Limestone. Limestone is not renewable. Use, you lose. Because it takes more than 400 years for it to regenerate. So if it takes more years for that material that you are using to regenerate, if it takes longer years than you will live on the planet Earth, it is what? Non-renewable. So they are finite. If you look at planetary bodies, you find out that we have overshot all of them, most of them. Only about 2 are still viable at the moment. So sustainability is topical. And like you mentioned, you can't live in such a way that your children will grow or will come on board and say, and cost you. You are able to thrive because your parents left an environment that is variable for you. So the onus is on you to ensure that you live safe. Engineering. I always ask myself, and I still a lot in the cement industry. I always ask myself, and it guides whatever I do, would I leave this system in such a way that my child would study engineering, maybe chemical engineering, and find a good cement industry, or find this cement industry suitable for him or her to work in? That's sustainability. So it's not a buzzword, it's very important. Just look at that thing. You know, now we talk about electric vehicles, okay? But then you look at the element for producing that, and you cobalt. Where do we get cobalt from? From where? From where? Are these not sustainability professionals? Am I talking to a different audience? Yes. Where? Which location? Which country gives us the most quantity of cobalt? Okay. Where? Yeah, DRC. Beautiful. Congo. Now, a country that is blessed with such raw material, with such natural resource, why is their
it's cheaper for those in the West who are producing electric vehicles to source whatever they are sourcing from the third world countries. And so it's something that cheap labor, you get to Africa and get forced labor in Africa, which is cheap for them.
Also, why do we operationalize cheap and forced labor? Is it sustainable? So I'm speaking to your conscience. It happens. Because we are prioritizing what? Profit over people. So for you that is a sustainability professional, it's not enough that you are using an electric vehicle. It goes through to analyze what? Your sourcing. You have to be responsible also in what? Sourcing. So sustainability is true and true. It's not just one-sided. Another thing is that we talk about the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. Is at risk. Are you sure we can achieve this? Because if you want to, analyze or maybe pledge net zero, and then you're going to SBTI, they'll ask you if you want it to be on 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.0 degrees Celsius. Do you think that's achievable? At the moment, that the global average is around 1.2, 1.1. So with the rates that we are living, with our anthropogenic activity, with the rate that we do not think about the future, even with what we do now, then this is at risk as well. And that is why sustainability is topical, is important. Sustainability is not being from to have to must have. So let's look at why it is now a must have. So the first one is a reporting requirement. So I don't know if we have heard about the IFRS standards. Have we? So IFRS, ISSB, S1 and S2. At the moment, where organizations are still in the voluntary arena, like voluntary area, like what? Running the FRC will give you the whole support. But from 2028, it becomes compulsory. So sustainability is now a reporting requirement. And again, the truth is that many stakeholders want to see your reports. I was in an organization, we had a DD from a bank, and they said, we have your sustainability report. In fact, they expect it to be publicly available on your website. So from 2028, your annual report is not just going to be only your financial statement. It's now going to be a measure, a combination of sustainability report and what? Your financial statement. Next, please. So something that happened in an organization I worked earlier on. So I mentioned that I earlier on worked in the cement factory. So the community dwellers, they always complain of particulate emissions. So they were just waiting for let something happen. Even if it's not related to what they're experiencing. They already, so the NSAS, you know about NSAS really? capitalize on it. They were just looking for an opportunity. They blocked the gates. And for each hour that they were at that gate, a company lost 500 million naira because trucks were not permitted to move. So you see how this social dynamics can affect what? Your profits. Because they felt they were not engaged. Their grievances were not managed. So it can cost you your social license to operate. Then cost savings and business continuity. I'm not going to dwell on that next, please. Proactive policy implementation. Yes. Now our footprint, my footprint is in terms of waste, plastic waste more especially. So there are some things, initiatives that we already started before this SUV ban. And it has helped because now there's value in plastic. Initially, when you drop a plastic bottle, what happens? It will be there and it's not biodegradable. It's going to drainages and all of that. But now, once you drop it, it won't take up to a minute. Somebody will rush and so they want to pick it from your hand. Is that what's happening now? Because there's now value attached to it. It has value. So that value that was created is now why it was not classified as an SUP. That's single-use plastic. We have about 4 recycling companies now in Nigeria functioning, closing the loop, bottle to bottle. So they will take that plastic bottle, convert it to another resin called rPET resin, that's recycled PET, and then with that you can blow it into a pre-form and still have your bottle. So currently our organization is on 30% rPET. I believe that deserves a roundabout. Meaning that we're minimizing our reliance on the virgin plastic. Please, next. Thought leader among your peers. Regulatory requirements. Countries were not able to achieve them. In fact, one of the MDGs then was to achieve environmental sustainability. But then what SDG did was to break them. When you talk about environmental sustainability, there's a lot. There's water, there's circular economy, there's climate action. So if you want people to achieve something, you have to break it down so it will no longer be complex, but what? Simplify. I have to rush. Please go back. I'll not handle this case study, just that one. Thanks. So what did they do? Now, emission is a big deal in the EU, even in the UK, is a big deal. So what they did was they installed a cheat sensor that if from the exhaust you check, it will cut it down by about 40%. So their GHGs, you will not be able to. Of course, when you combust fossil Well, what are the end products? Basically, is organic. What are they? What? CO2 and what are they? So GHG. Then when it has, especially if it's both petroleum products, you'll be seeing what? Suits. You could see soft, and which is also a GHG. So what happened? They have to crash it. They put that cheese to measure it. You will feel that it is low. Climate change and the impact to everybody. So you see how this prioritize what over people and planet. And when it was found out, but they said it's about 11 million diesel vehicles. When it was found out, they paid heavy fine. In fact, after 3 days, their CEO resigned. So the company crashed because of what? They were not able to manage an environmental risk. Next. So this would have talked about governance risk, but then you can just talk about Enron. So how do we, since we've understood that organizations have risk that could be converted to opportunities, how can we identify and manage that? That's what brought about strategy. So there are different types of risk, different, this is not exhaustive, regulatory, operational, reputational, financial, a lot. But then you can convert them to opportunities. So strategy is long-term, just like you have corporate strategy. Please, I always advocate, when you are creating a sustainability strategy, it shouldn't be in isolation. Like sustainability is not just on its own, infuse it also into your corporate strategy. It's about the business. Next, please. So these are some organizations, how they have been able to identify specific risks, converted it to opportunity, the strategies they set in motion to achieve that, and then the outcome. I've spoken about several bottling company RPET. Then for Lafarge Wholesale, of course, you know, if you want to produce cement, I have mentioned, it's a high carbon intensive industry, high energy intensive industry, meaning that they have to convert a lot of fossil fuel. But then what did they do? They had to substitute. So they now use alternative fuel. They have what is called geocycle. So they substitute, there's fuel substitution. Instead of using the high carbon intensive fuel, use a lower carbon intensive fuel. They even move to biomass, which is what? Carbon neutral. Next. So how do you develop an effective sustainability strategy? First, don't come to an organization and you say, no, they are at 0.0. These people are not sustainable. Don't do that. The truth is that even if there are always sustainable practice in every organization, but the motive may not be sustainability, it may be profit driven. So first of all, conduct what? A baseline assessment. Understand where they are. Even if you want to, adopt this IFRS standard, they always ask you for baseline. So it will be from that baseline that you have to now start setting targets and judging, okay, this is your improvement over the years. So conduct baseline assessment, then identify gaps. How do you identify gaps? It then means that you must have developed this framework. Of course, you could use different national, global standards, develop a framework. You can look at IS standards, you can look at SASB, you can look at GRI, okay? Develop and then gauge it against that. With that, you can identify what? The gaps. So once you identify gaps, you have it, then you conduct what is called a materiality assessment. After a materiality assessment, you'll be able to identify your key issues. How do you conduct materiality assessment? There are a universe of topics. These topics are issues. There's the energy, water, waste, child labor, supply chain management. Look at all of these and then identify the ones that are key. That's why it's called materiality, that are material to your organization. Don't be in a bottling company and say water is not material to you. You've not done a good assessment. So determine pillars, set clear goals, action plan, and then design responsibilities. Sincerely, once you identify this, and then you look at also what management is saying, because there's something called double materiality. Then when you now rank it with what the global, the global standards are saying, you can decide from our industry and also look at your peers. What are they saying? What are their current SDGs? What are their goals? What are, so that you can understand what your sector, what your industry is saying, and then design your goals. From there, design targets and then action plans. So when you have all of this, you already have a roadmap. Then aside this, also design responsibilities. Who will do what? Once you have a goal and there's no responsibility, you're not moving anywhere. Then engage stakeholders. Sometimes I see sustainability professionals on their desks, they will design the strategy. How will it work? No man is you have to move from your desk, you have to go to the finance team, go to supply chain team, go to HR. That you are the head of sustainability does not mean that you own all KPIs. No. So you interact with them, understand where they are, what is sustainable, what they can achieve, and then guide them through so that your strategy will be accepted. Then build capacity and integrate it into operation. Then again, monitor and report progress and continuously improve. Next, please. So these are some universe of topics, and along this line, there are sources where you can get them from. Next, I like SASB, it's industry focused. So I had already explained this. If you want to conduct a material survey on the universe of topic, once you have deployed your survey, then you can be able to see, okay, this is important to my sector. And then also externally, you look at what the industry, your peers are also monitoring. And with that, you can identify what is topical. So from the other side is what stakeholders are saying. It could be internal and external, and then what the business is saying. So with that, you can look at what is most topical for your organization and focus on those ones. Next. So this example of PepsiCo strategy. So their strategy tagline is PepsiCo positive. They want to be positive. And what are their key pillars? They only have 3 pillars: positive agriculture, positive choices, and positive value chain. Next, and you can see their action plans. Then this for Dangote. Their tagline is the Dangote way. So their strategy, they operationalize what is called 7 pillars. 7 pillars were developed by Dr. Ndidi. And the 7 pillars speaks to what generally institutional, financial, operational, cultural, economic, social, and environmental. I have seen organizations adopt ESG as their pillars. I've also seen some organizations look at World Economic Forum, their dynamics, and they adopted 4 pillars. There's an economic aspect of it. So depending on what you feel is substantial for your organization, but then ensure that the actions under it speaks to the specific issues that is material to your industry, so that you can convert them to an opportunity, and so that it's not impact negatively on your business. Next. So then after developing the strategy, what then do you do? How do you implement it? Please get leadership support and governance commitment. How do you get governance commitment? Policy. There has to be a policy to drive that strategy. So policy, everybody will see that this management is committed to this. And there's no room for non-compliance. Then engage them even beforehand so that they can buy in. They can adopt it. Sell your strategy to what? Top management. Then please allocate resources and budget for factors of production, including a sustainability team. Don't say that you are jack of all trades, only you will do everything. Please. Then again, monitor and report progress continuously. Also review and train. Next. So my recommendations will be that you leverage a structured framework to identify your material ESG or sustainability risks and what opportunities. So whichever one you want to use is okay. If you have a parent organization, it's also awesome if you can look at what they are using and adopt. Then integrate material ESG risks and opportunities into your sustainability strategy. Please use ESG performance analysis for decision making. So aside this, you need to have your own dashboard, and it's always good to develop an ESG template for monitoring. Okay, so you get report every month, identify the gaps, see how you can support, and then submit to top management. Whatever you do has to be visible. And then ensure you have comprehensive disclosures and reporting that meet the needs of all stakeholders. Next, please. So final thoughts. If you were asked, how would you want your organization to see? Is it like company sitting on what? The social, environmental, or company B that is sitting on just financial? You just want the money. Don't talk about any other thing. How would you want your organization to see? Please, I need an answer. And be honest. Company Please, to sit pretty. So one of my sessions, somebody said company B. So I said, why? Company B. Say, this company B looks like it's having fun. See this way. So if you look at this image, let me shock you. The environment on my right-hand side, your right-hand side, yes. So the environment on the left-hand side was initially this environment on the right-hand side. Yeah. So why did it degrade to that level? It was just because of what? Our own anthropogenic what? Activities. So when you are analyzing the entire able to what? Great. In fact, when you are designing, you have to rethink your design. Ensure that you go lean on most packaging. And then also ensure that there is mechanism for capturing and managing your waste. Start converting those waste to wealth. So I want to tell us that our environment is our life. And it's left for you to either accept, to maintain it, sustain it, conserve it, preserve it, because there's no planet B. Thank you so much for listening.
Talk about a passionate presentation. Please, a round of applause for once again. That was a passionate presentation. And I'd like to still resonate her words, which I got from her profile. And you will agree with me that she embodies every letter in that message. We all have one latent debt to pay, which is to leave the world better than we met it. So do not die old. She said quite a lot. I mean, I might not be able to remember all the ERDs, ESGs, the ISOs, the FNPIs, and all of that, but I can remember that she talked about the planet for profit. You take care of the people, you manage, you conserve the planet, then you can be assured of profit. And finally, the sense of responsibility that is heavy on each and every one of us as sustainability players. We cannot be indifferent. Please, a round of applause once again for that passionate presentation. Before we move to the next item on our agenda, I would like to invite Engineer Lovin Okoye forward once again. She's wondering why. Okay, well, I think I will not say why until she gets here. Please, a round of applause for her. A round of applause for her. He has poured into us from a very passionate world. And I would like to invite to the microphone Dr. Fanny Mbata, who will present a plaque of appreciation to the passionate engineer Lovin Okoye. Let's keep that applause going. Let's keep that applause going. Except if you think she doesn't deserve it. Even if you think she doesn't deserve it, you can't argue that she has earned it. Beautifully. Amazing, passionate, fantastic. From the keynote address, the first presentation, you are just sure that you are in for a treat. Today is the day of reckoning. And before we lose steam, we'll be heading straight to the panel session. We're ready for this session. Are you ready for this session? Yeah. Without wasting time, I will hand over the microphone to the moderator for the session, in the person of Dr. NECA. That's why she comes forward. A round of applause for her. Are we conservative? Are we conservative with our plots? Are we trying to be sustainable in things?
Thank you so much, Samuel. Please, a round of applause for Samuel. Please, round of applause for him. It's been fantastic, amazing. Well done. All right, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, highly respected guests. Okay, so we are going to go straight immediately to our panel discussion. Do you like the way these chairs are? Do you want it to be rearranged so that you can better see the face of our panelists, right? Okay. And I think we can move it forward a bit, and then we need additional chairs. Because I think I have a full loaded panel panelist. Yes, I think we should move them a little bit. Is it completely blocking? It's fine then. Is it going to be blocking the screen? No. Oh, okay. So please bring it back. Bring it back. Sorry, bring it back. So it can be displayed on the screen, right?
Yeah. We're going to display it on the screen. You can click on the screen.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. But probably to be very far away from you. Do we have additional microphone? Okay, fantastic. Because of time, I just want us to quickly proceed with due permission, and I'm taking to say that, you know what, we have to skip the profiles of our panelists, but the profile itself is other lecture, so that I don't start lecturing like Engineer Okoye, just reading out the panel, the panelists' profiles. So I'll just quickly go on to just introduce my panelists power packs in no particular order. I will start first with Dr. Lumide Aino. That is the associate, that is the president of the Association of Facility Management Professionals of Nigeria. Dr. Aino, please kindly join me on this podium. Thank you. Is that how you are talking to my panelists? All right. I have Mr. Richard Oyewo. He's a sustainability and innovation research. He's Mr. Richard Oyewo. He's another one of our class. Don't be tired. Don't be tired. So let me quickly balance it on the other side with my lady Cheta Nwapurike. Of course, she has been well introduced. She is the Executive Director, Legal ESG, HR and Admin for Clean Energy Power Limited. This way, please. Thank you. And then I have Mr. Habib Balogun, the MD CEO of Atlas Initiative. Please, Mr. Habib, join us. Thank you so much for making that time to be here. I have with me as well Mr. Kennedy. Where are you, Mr. Kennedy? Please, another round of applause. He's also a sustainability advocate. Also with us is Lukman Akintunde, a certified expert when it comes to ESG. Please, you're welcome. Please join us. I also have on this panel our own Sherry Peter, fanboy. Where are you? I love the fact that it is part of this panel so that you can also tell us from the perspective of the youth, right? Then finally, and then on the list, just 1 minute so that my list can be complete. Just 1 minute. I need to add one more person to this list. And no other person than, sorry, pardon me, his name is not on the flyer, so I need to get it out. Okay, please welcome with me Dr. Adiola Alex, right? Dr. Adiola Alex. All right, thank you so much. I think I have my panelists all complete. Am I correct? Okay, and also have with me Mr. Obafemi Minola. Please pardon me. Another round of applause for him. Everyone will stay in. Our past panel. Please a round of applause for all the panelists. And like I said, if I am to do the introduction with the
My first question will be directed at Dr. Aino and Mr. Oyewa Richard. How come my panelists are all not looking alike to me? Okay, so I'm going to be directing my first question to Dr. Aino right here with me, and then of course Mr. Oyewa Richard. From their wealth of experience, we would like them to share practical experiences on impact that you have made in sustainability and your contribution towards achieving the SDGs. We want to know because we want to all learn. You have done so much work in this field. What practical experiences can you share with us regarding innovative ways, initiatives, and inventions in preventing particularly greenwashing and then, of course, advancing the SDG goals? Share your practical experiences with us and your contributions regarding sustainability and ESG. Okay, so sure, Doctor, I know what to go first.
Thank you very much. Standing on the existing protocol, firstly elated to be here today for the invitation. On behalf of the Board of Trustees of Association of Facilities Management Practitioners in Nigeria, ESV, still in Java. I meet every one of you and also thank you for today. So I see this opportunity to share my invention. My background is in mechanical engineering, facilities management, IT, sustainability, all put together. So over the years, while managing building, both residential and commercial buildings, I discovered that sustainability, when we drive sustainability, we forget about the people that actually manage these buildings, that operationally, to ensure the functionality of the building systems, the assets, to ensure that they are available. It's a facility manager that is making all of us comfortable here, to be candid, not really a sustainability manager, not really a safety manager, to be serious, because the facility manager ensures the cooling systems are functional, ensures the lifts are functional, ensure that lifts are even safe enough for it to use. You know, the restrooms are okay, water is, coming out from the tap, clean water, potable water for it to use based on WHO standard. So facility managers are really the game changer, because they also have trainings in sustainability, they have skill sets in sustainability. Therefore, over the years, I discovered that most times when standard organizations or organizations that give certifications like EDGE certification, LEED, BREEAM, and all sorts, they issue certificate first year, after 3 years for renewals, they renew based on limited data. And while you are in the build space, because we spend most of our lives in build space anyway, office and at home, and when we go for recreation, we go to cinemas, friends' place, and all, the data that we generate, they are not really genuine. They are not, we don't really have data to play with. We don't have generic data, organic data to play with. Therefore, I invented a solution called eChecker Smart Meter, because it measures your energy in real time, uses AI to do analytics, and also predict your consumption for the next 1 or 2 years. And also measures your carbon footprint based on the fact that when energy is being generated using generators burning of fossil fuels. So it calculates that for you in real time, and you see the analytics on your mobile application. And with that, you have original data, not greenwashing, not fake data, not assumed data by professionals. And personally, because of my background from engineering, I also lecture at the University of Lagos. And I discovered that whenever I hear people talk about rule of thumb, I get irritated personally. Rule of thumb, this number is supposed to be from 1 to 10, maybe start putting a lot of conditions, whereby you can develop simple systems, simple solutions to actually measure. In my own background, I would believe that what is not measured can never be managed. Because you don't have the right data, every other thing we do from that point to be just in error. And we put in the life of people to risk and all of those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this privilege once again. I'm Richard. So I work at the intersection of environmental research, data analytics, and climate advocacy particularly. So to answer that question, to go straight into the points, just like yesterday when I got to know about sustainability generally, I was just in some other level as at then, just browsing online, and I'm so passionate about solving the problem and all of that. So I discovered this girl, Greta Thunberg. We all know her within climate advocacy space and all. She's global. You can check her out. So since the time I've been motivated about her works and also over time, I've really worked in diverse spaces in order to contribute to the SDGs particularly. And one of my work was, I think around 2024, 2023, where I led something to contribute to a Nigeria Climate Change Act, that policy. So we work, it's more of a policy hackathon in order to engage youth participation in climate governance. I'm a youth, I'm a Gen Zs. So, and when we are talking about discussions around sustainability, they are so much to combine. You check this, you check that, and all of that. So I came up with an innovative solution through data storytelling to tell the stories of climate data, particularly through infographics. When you see the pictures, you can easily read through pictures that, oh wow, so this is the amount of carbon emissions. This is what we meant when we say 1.5 degree high in temperature, like technical terms around sustainability. Sorry, I'm an environmental advocate, so I specialize more in climate and environment. So if I'm making reference to environment particularly. So, and I also work in numerous space of research in order to discover how sustainability has affected aquatic life and that. So what's my contribution to greenwashing particularly? I would say it's something I would call capital climate or education. Because greenwashing, honestly, when I was discussing this topic and this concept around my friends, they were like, and they are also environmental advocates like me and myself. So the concept sounds new to them, it sounds new and all. So for us to really fight greenwashing as an individual, we have to have this knowledge. So when we see a company or an organization pretending to be, that sustainable from their report and all, we'll be able to challenge such a product or such a practice from the consumer space. And with our knowledge enough, well empowered enough, we will have a society that is not just being filled with
a lot of confusion. And even for organizations that are actually really about of the East. Will I call them the East or the South? Where do you think they are? Or okay, she has done so much sustainability and when LDG, corporate governance, they're currently running a PhD around this area. So now some of who are also corporate
ESG. So that's actually been a major challenge, measuring performance, practically measuring performance without blowing it up or reducing the impact. So share with us practical ways that leadership can drive ESG performance and what recommendations you want to make to business leaders that are actually seeking to improve on this ESG. And I don't want to be using the word ESG consistently. I like to use the word sustainability because ESG is a subset of sustainability. So what practical recommendation or insight do you want to give to leadership that want to measure their performance without greenwashing?
Okay, thank you, Doc. One of the things I've done is that when I teach corporate sustainability and ESG, I've coined another acronym, which is ESG.
Okay.
ESG.
So it is spelled what?
ESEG.
ESEG. Okay.
So that combines everything together. Now, from when Dr. Lovely was giving her presentation, she talked about leadership buy-in. And in my research, for my doctorate, one of the things I found out is the first thing that drives sustainability is leadership. Without leadership buy-in, it's practically gone. Now, another thing that kills sustainability, is unawareness from leadership and from organizations. So, first of all, leaders need to be committed, and that commitment starts from the board. And so when you talk about ESG and you talk about governance, you need to have your board properly. When you look at us here, your panelists, there's just one woman. And so you start with your board composition and your gender diversity, your inclusion and everything, because women come with their own mindsets. Okay, in my study, I've seen that when you look at the way women and men respond to ESG or sustainability, the women are more environmentally and socially driven, while the men are more into compliance and governance because they don't want anything to go wrong. So it starts with leadership buying, ensuring free to take on the journey of sustainability. And when they decide to do that, then they can take every member of the organization by creating awareness and then building it as a culture in the organization. So you have a culture of corporate sustainability. And once you have that culture in your fiber, in the way you live, there's no way you can get it wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I think that still we have learned that we need to balance this. And I think that for our presentation, it was actually balanced. At least the woman started the presentation. Please, can we give another round of applause? Lopez did an amazing job, starting the presentation. Okay, now let me come to Peter before I come to Dr. Adiola. Dr. Adiola. Dr. Adiola. Okay, sorry. All right, so let me come to let me go straight to Peter. Since Peter is one of the young people in our midst, what collective actions, Peter, do you think that we can take as individuals, organizations, government, collectively, collective action? Because of course, when we talk about this, our shared responsibility, and we all need to be accountable. What action should we be taking to support interdisciplinary efforts in order for us to accelerate? How can we progress? You can see that we are really lagging behind. And I know that you are a major advocate when it comes to, safety, when it comes to health safety. Now, for ESG and particularly for sustainability and progressing the NDG goal, what should we be doing collectively, interdisciplinary, bringing all the stakeholders together? What should we be doing to progress this conversation? What should we be doing? Fine boy safety. Please, a round of applause for Peter.
Very much, Ma. Standing on the existing protocol, I would love to just go straight to the answer the question. Is that the relationship between the earth currently experiencing a diverse stage. And this is because these three stakeholders that you've mentioned have not really for once sit down to understand themselves, to even know themselves well enough. And those are the individuals, the organizations, and of course the government. Now, what do I mean by that? Yes, it's good to say every organization is doing quite a number of things around sustainability. Oh, this one is focusing on their materiality and all that. But then, away from the organization, those who speak about this in the place of work, who ensure that everything concerning sustainability is being achieved in that place of work, they end up messing up when they get home. And what do I mean by that? Take away the work from them. Bring them out of that work environment. They're a mess. They don't practice what they do at the place of work, or safe to say, they don't bring that message from the place of work to the home. And these are the challenges that we face. I went to University of Ilorin. As at that time, there's this idea in the school. You always keep the school clean. But it's not just by keeping the school clean. The watchword is there, keep the school clean. But then there are provisions for waste bin that you always empty your trash into. I know, yesterday I came from Ibadan. It was when I was offloading, trying to debrief myself, I saw a sachet of pure water in my pocket. That is because that culture has been in me right from school. You see signages like Emashidale Sibimo, but as individual, the question is, I should not empty trash in a place that I shouldn't empty them. But the question is, did you provide where I am going to empty those trash? It's good that we say all these things for the organizations, but we neglect the individuals. And example of those individuals are the people seated right here, including myself. Because whatever it is that is obtainable in the place of work is a function of people. And those people are the ones who will help us drive that sustainability. So going to the question directly now, Ma, the three of them must recognize themselves as major key players in achieving this. And how do they do this? The aspect of collaboration must set in. The aspect of communication must set in. I got to know about adverse drug reaction through the late Dora Pili. She didn't come to my house to tell me that this is what adverse drug reaction is, Peter. But through the help of National Orientation Agency, continuous jingles on the radio and television, I got to know that it is not all headache that are induced or all headache that I should use paracetamol for. There are some that just need what? Rest. If you use paracetamol for those ones, it will go to prove what they did not send it, even though it's going to cure the paracetamol. How did I know this? Because she was constantly engaging my mind, even as a young person. So the engagement is there, the collaboration is there, then the identification of the stakeholders is also there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Now I want to come to David Balogun. You've done so much when it comes to working with the youth, working with leaders, and of course learning and advocacy, especially for marginalized community. So now my question is what Peter has said. The need for us to do a lot of advocacy. People still feel that but it's only a plus for us professionals. At the lower grassroots level, if you go ask an average person what sustainability means, he does not know what it means. He does not know. How can we localize this term? These big words, ESG, sustainability, greenwashing. I bet you a lot of what you tell here, they don't even understand what greenwashing is all about. They're probably hearing the word green. Am I correct? Yeah, they're probably hearing the word greenwashing. My young ladies that are seated here, they want to take something back to their when it comes to greenwashing, sustainability, ESG, we're just speaking over their heads. You work a lot with this. What approaches work best in promoting equal access for learning for marginalized communities? The use of technology, particularly AI, to further enhance this advocacy, to work a lot, and you have done over 700 training people. All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for having me here. It's a big honor. So, not to take too much time beating around the bush, there is no in my opinion, there is no particular approach that can be taken towards improving learning outcomes for marginalized communities. Just like what Peter has said, it the NGO sector, the promote learning for environment, we see that there is a single line, a single very thin line between between where we are now and sustainability. And that thin line is basically learning. If you want to get someone out of poverty, so how we need to see learning. And think down, it's very true that sustainability is a buzzword for the corporate environment, for those in the corporate environment. When you go to communities and you start talking about sustainability, you will definitely not know what you're talking about. You have when you start talking about, you will definitely not know. So you have to find a way to break it down to things that are things like waste, spacing a that they are responsible for the waste that they put into the environment. And our sustainability, reduce, reuse, and recycle. There's a lot more than that. But the most they reduce, reuse, and recycle. So they can get to again, same thing. People are very connected to the food, to sustainability, like was said earlier. So when you let people to know that their food is at risk due to climate change, then they get to start paying attention to what we call climate change.
I will come back to you because we do a lot when it comes to, and then you are okay. I know that both of you do a lot when it comes to, you know, like Femi was saying, talking about waste. Habib was saying about talking to people. So now let's how can you share, or rather share your success stories or examples of how your initiatives have helped organizations or individuals turn waste into wealth? And what impact has this had on their lives? You've worked with a lot of communities, Mr. Obafemi, and then of course you've helped a lot of you have conducted a lot of initiatives in trying to convert, you know, wealth, waste to wealth. Can you share practical insight into this work you have done? And I will also come, Mr. Kennedy, you will also share the same with us. All right, so if you pass the mic to Mr. Kennedy. All right, I'll share it. So I think we'll go on just 1 minute because of time, and then you will also do it.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. So one of the things that I do or we do in our company is to help companies in achieving their sustainability objective, also to ensure that they align with the ESG, and also to ensure that they have a sustained framework. So, and all that we have been doing over the years, we have actually added value to them, and by one of them, or probably many of them, when we started, it was not how they were that they are now. They've been able to make non-profits and which is very, very important, to their company. And also, personally, I'm personally doing a video on how to convert waste to wealth, because being an advocate of SDG goal, I'm very much particular about the first, the second, the 11th, and the 17th one, because I've discovered that not too many people actually know the usefulness of waste. And one of the things that we can actually use in eradicating poverty in our society, more especially in Nigeria or probably African countries, is to actually educate people on the usefulness of their waste materials. The good thing about waste, okay, is that we get this waste ourselves. We don't need any government whatever to actually start this. We get those those products ourselves. Then we generate the waste ourselves. So one thing that I am doing is to educate people on how to segregate their waste from their homes. In fact, I'm more particular about me, because I'm looking at those waste they can easily get. Number one is PET bottles, which we cannot but drink water. Then the nylon and waste carton. If you agree with me that these three materials are always very conversant in our home, we buy them every day. So we teach people on how to start segregating these products and also ensuring that they have value for it.
All right, thank you very much. First and first, I don't believe waste is, let me continue from where it stopped. Waste is actually a resource. I would like every one of you to think that you can actually start where I started from. That I've actually used waste to do a lot. Like chandelier, I've used those. I've actually used tire to do center table, and I've also used paint plastic to do flower pots and vases. Wow. So this was just an intro before I talk about the teaching. So I've actually tutored a lot, but the one I just want to share is it's something that happened last week, and it put smile to my face. So in my neighborhood, of course, they know me. I tell them about it. I also share some of these videos. And please, whatever you are doing when it comes to sustainability, please record it. Whether it's data, whether it's video, anything at all, record it, put it out there. It makes more sense after I finish talking and you go on my LinkedIn, you see the videos of what I'm talking about rather than me just talking. So most times, let's have this on record, put it out there to actually teach people. So recently, that was last week, he told me how my house, and I saw styrofoam. I don't know if do you know styrofoam? Okay, check it out. When you buy new TV or those white, so that's styrofoam. So I just saw it littered on it, and I met someone. I told him that, boss, I would like to use, because I'm actually working on the craft on styrofoam. So I'm like, I would like to use this. Do you mind? I said, no, someone else wants to use it. I felt bad, but I felt happy as well, because it made me see that this teaching I'm actually teaching people in my environment, more people are seeing the value of waste. More people want to do things with waste. They don't see waste as just waste anymore, but they see it as a result, as a resource. So this eventually will help eradicate brainwashing, in the sense that whatever you're doing, educate people and they will learn. And if I conclude, first, it starts with awareness. Let them know. Then one thing that we should overflow is action. We talk and we could have a nice, amazing section here and just walk through the door and that's it. No, let this conference be
1, 2. Thank you. I love this. Action. We know how to lecture, but we need to action. And then, of course, you cannot but ensure that you become, digital savvy. You need to also leverage on social media. I recall when I was doing my master's how many years ago? 2002. 2002. Yes. They taught us in class there when I was doing my master's that management of waste is from cradle to grave, meaning that at some point the when something goes to the grave, it means that it has been from so let's take that home. I think that is the summary of what he's trying to say. Waste management should be from cradle to cradle. Side here. And Mr. Lukman, I would go straight to Dr. What closely with Dr. Aino, am I correct? I want you to share practical lessons. What can we take away from what British American Tobacco, what they have done when it comes to greenwashing, considering your peculiar industry? You know why I said peculiar industry? You know when I say your industry is peculiar, okay? You sell tobacco. And then, of course, you are also doing a lot when it comes to sustainability. Can you share with us your initiatives, your inventions to prevent greenwashing and the impact you are making in the space? All right, thank you.
All right, good afternoon once again to everyone. With this regard, before I break it down, I would like to say in BAT, if you look at the motto, we will see the motto is a better tomorrow. Every decision, right? Every decision is around making a sustainable action. So, like you have mentioned that we are in a sector that's a peculiar sector that we are one of the most regulated. This is because of the kind of what we deal with in terms of health for of our consumers. But what we have been doing internally is this. Recently, we launched what we call sustainable business management, which is every business function, every section, whatever action you want to take, maybe in your budget planning, in your day-to-day activities, that is a percentage of that planning that goes. So end-to-end goal, whether it's supply chain, whether it's the operation, whether it's the warehouse team and all that. So, and again, top of it for us is, this year we say AI and digitalization. I can tell you as I'm speaking to you now, we run a process that is fully digitalized in the sustainability department. From your permit, from your evaluation of a contractor, from anything you want to do is paperless. You don't submit to anybody. If you are coming in as a vendor, they apply online and you submit, I approved, you get the notification and you call. So this is part of what we are doing, and we don't allow our waste to go to hell, like you have mentioned. I can tell you categorically, we digitalize every form of waste, counts, data that we use. And it's not that we use it for our own consumption. We use it with exposed to third party, independent party. Is exposed to the loyalty, exposed. They monitor our data in real time,
and they come on site to check, is the water usage you are reporting, how does it contribute to the production? You cannot tell me the total production is 5,000 metric liters per se. And also, just to conclude, and you are telling me that you use 6,000 to produce. So there is a discrepancy of 1,000. Where did it go? And at the end of the day, you say you have utilized more than 100% of what you are given, which is going to be being untrustworthy and is going to create a negative perception around the business.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And one of the things actually that can prevent greenwashing is regulatory monitoring and even monitoring from exposing yourself or opening your door for constant monitoring. And calculating your water consumption, your energy consumption, and tracking, and your consumption of paper and all of that usually would go a very long way. So well done. I will come back to you for what you're doing regarding community and community initiative. I know you are doing a lot regarding that. But let me go back to Dr. Aino. Dr. Aino, I know that you have said a lot about the inventions that you have created. What role can AI play in driving sustainable infrastructure development? I know you've mentioned briefly in your first conversation, but now how can organizations utilize these technologies? Like I said, I have clients that want to really utilize them. We have clients that are already, trying to use these technologies to monitor. But how can organizations use AI technology or any technology to, promote environmentally friendly infrastructure projects? A lot of projects are going on, facility. In fact, one of the things that brought us to where we are now is advancement, technological advancement. We want to advance, we want to develop, we want to build high rises, we want to build skyscrapers, we want to build infrastructures that will make us look like 21st century country, right? Which is good. But how can we do this in a sustainable way? How can organizations leverage on technology to truly drive or promote environmentally friendly projects, especially when it comes to infrastructure and development? I hope that not too many. Okay.
All right, thank you. I'll try as much as I can to get things down. Okay, for technology, there are various types of technology that can be used in the built environment. But now, give an example of digitalization of their customer service, vendor management process, project management, paperless system. That's a form of technology. Maybe they created a web application or mobile application that vendors can just download on Google Play Store or iOS and fill in the form. Engagement is there, you submit your quotation, they check it, they pick the lowest bidder or any metrics that is integrated there and portally, and the system will send email notifications to the person that will win the bid. Before you know it, the person comes to site to supply, do the service, and he is paid. It goes back to the application and says job completed. He submits, he fills his JC, job completion certificates. They see it from the other end, somebody verifies it, confirms, it goes to. So the whole process is seamless from one end to the other. He might not even see the vendor face to face, but the guys that will be like the receiver, that they're going to enjoy the services to receive it and also engage. The worst case scenario is to have maybe a Google Meet meeting or Zoom meeting to now like, okay, you guys are done, get the feedback, apart from giving feedback from the system. So there are a lot of solutions out there that can be integrated to process management, to construction. But in terms of AI, especially when it's integrated to machine learning, data analytics, you'll be able to project into the future, owing from the historical data that has been generated. Earlier when you gave me the opportunity to speak, without the right data, without measurement, we will actually not know what we need to do next. I use this example as an example, this scenario as an example. When we go to the hospital, no matter how experienced that medical doctor is, what will you refer you to? Go and carry out a test. He can examine you physically, and based on his experience, I think. But just go and carry out the test first, because he's not a magician. To actually look at you and now predict what has happened to you or what's going to happen to you in the future. So,
He's going to talk and talk. Is that because he's the president of the Association of Facility Management of Nigeria? So I want to come back to Mr. Richard Oyewo. Now we are looking at collaboration, and we have stated that, look, for us to make any meaningful progress, it has to take a multifaceted approach. That means that all stakeholders must put their hands together, all hands must be on deck. Now, how can stakeholders collaborate to ensure that systems are designed and not just, designing systems, not just, like Lovett was saying when she was doing her presentation, there will always be baselines for any system you want to deploy, for anything you want to build upon. There will always be baselines. Now, for you to build upon any system that will be meaningful, progressive, that will be sustainable, like 7-Up, for instance, that would outlive you, it has to be designed in such a way that there's sustainability in mind, right? Now, how can stakeholders, be it organizations, individuals, do this without just focusing on optimizing profits, but really accelerate sustainability, designing systems that are meaningful, systems that are sustainable, that are environmentally friendly.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity once again. So I think that question is very, very much more keen to the topic of this conference. Utilizing AI and digitalization to prevent greenwashing in sustainability cycle. So this is a tech-related topic, you understand? And we have a lot of tech guys out there just, after profits. We have a lot of people doing great stuff within AI and ML. So to answer that question, I will be using a case study, and that case study I will be using actually prevent six from our data. Yes. And other stuff. Can we just give it? And so just plan with the data we have, organization and all. And mind you, when we're talking about collaboration, the tech guys are already, policy makers are already involved, and people representatives of different organizations, they are also involved in the development as well. While in the process of developing it, flags in organizations that are just like to interact with human beings, to interact with machine, you upload your reports into that model. The model will assess into an interface or web app or mobile app that even investors, regulators, policymakers can go on that interface, see things that will be nationally agreed upon. This is strategy because all they agreed upon. So the interface will be just like that ChatGPT. So please let me just
Because they are the ones that they are the ones that plan. So engaging policymakers in order to make this reporting much more, predictable and known to, by all organizations within Nigeria. So we have a system, a digitized system that tracks reporting and flags of greenwashing and brings all stakeholders together. Thank you so much.
I believe that policymakers they need to evolve. So I'm sure that what leaders we are listening today. We need to involve the Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digitalization. We need to involve NECA. In fact, NECA has started some, and they are doing it in collaboration with other multinational agencies. What they are doing now is to create a committee that is ethical ChatGPT, ethical AI. I remember when I was doing my master's, I don't know how many of us know this study thing. When you submit your assignment and you have there's what we call targeting system. It just flags it and tells you that what you have submitted is not your original work, it is fake. And I think that is what Richard is trying to say, that we need to go that way, okay? And it will start from, engaging policymakers. So next time we're going to be doing this conference. I'm really looking forward to seeing government representatives. I'm really looking forward to seeing policymakers. Now, before I come to my audience, I know that my audience are itching to ask one or two questions. So I will give opportunity to two people from the audience to ask their question. I want to quickly Jota and Mr. Kennedy. I want to come to you. Still on this subject of greenwashing and reporting. One of the he did some courses in GRA when it comes to reporting, and you can report, according to, with reference to or in accordance to. So it's not mandatory that you must report in accordance to, meaning that you can just report in reference to that standard. And you see a lot of organizations are struggling, especially SMEs are struggling to report, because without reporting, no investors are serious to look at your organization. Now, my question is, what can organizations do to prevent greenwashing, especially when it comes to transparency and authenticity in reporting? How can they present authentic? What should make up an authentic and transparent reporting to prevent greenwashing? They need, so let me just ask the question straightforward so that I can just pick it immediately. To prevent greenwashing, organizations, they need to really be transparent and authentic in their reporting, right? How can we leverage on AI, whatever technology, how can we leverage to help organization, report true performance? That's greenwashing, a lot of what you see versus what you order versus to get. It's a lot. We want to help organization narrow down, report authentic, transparent report. What can we do? What should they do in organization? And of course, Mr. Kennedy, you also take that.
Okay, so first of all, it's training. The handlers of data, and then those properly trained. They must be properly trained to understand what they're doing. There must be also training on transparency and disclosure, so that when you're reporting, you're actually reporting truly. And if you look at the way GRI has summarized it, that in terms of when you're reporting, you should not use ambiguous language. It should be clear. Don't make claims that are not. All of this together, just discuss AI, all of that together. And what a lot of people want to do is they want to sound. You don't need to sound big. My report is like a 4-page report. I started with a 1-page, then I went to 2 pages. I'm on 4 pages, and I believe gradually I will get there. But really is reporting exactly just on the environment, because we over-concentrate on the environment. We must remember as well. It is important. Governance as well. It's really very, so for me personally, I think we overflow the environment and then we need the people who will manage the environment. That's very, very important. So when we have all this now put together, we upload it. People must go and verify. AI cannot do it alone. AI cannot do it alone. We're suppliers to BAT, so that Power Solutions, we supply them gas, supply power to them. And one of the things they do with us, they sit down and say, let us see the evidence. It's in my department, in my own organization, and I don't tick the box. I say I want to see. So there must be human interface working with AI. And finally, our regulators must sit up. It is not just about reports. Anybody, in solar system. And I tell you in all honesty, I was with the head of sustainability reporting a few weeks ago, myself and one member of my team, and he said, so far, only one company has done right in sustainability reporting. Only one company has done right. Out of all of those who have been reporting, only one company. And to you, no, to FRC, including early adopters and voluntary adopters, only one. So we need to get the regulatory organizations to come and also, and that's one of the engagements I'm having with them, teach us what exactly we are supposed to do. Nigerians, let's see, Nigerians, if you don't have a policeman in front of you, you will not do the right thing. That's the way we are wired here in Nigeria. But when we go abroad, we don't need anybody to teach us the right thing. So which means that we can do those things. All right, thank you so much. To help us to close this out. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'm going to found. All right. Okay.
All right.
1 minute.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Trust me, I'll do 1 minute because Chita has already mentioned some things. So the only thing I'll just include is some AI tools that I think would be beneficial. There are satellites, there are AI monitoring tools. We have Google Earth Engine, we have Sentinel Hub. So we can have these tools. Thank you. Sorry, I talk much about it. Solutions will have at its peak 10,000 tons of waste. So if you can have tools like this that are actually in these places, they could detect burning, they could detect illegal dumping of refuse and all that. I'm sure even companies are experts for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before one or two questions, and share this question, and then I will go to my audience, then I will come round again to my panelists for just 30 seconds, their closing remarks. So please put together your closing remarks. Sorry, I have to skip 1 or 2 questions because I've already been policed to round up. All right. Now coming back to you, Sheyi and Habib. You are young. I mean, you are all young people. We are, of course, we are all young in our respective rights. But as a youth leadership, be empowered to drive transition to low carbon economy. And when I say that youth leadership, I say it with intentionality because, like you rightly stated, you are the Gen Zs and Gen whatever. In fact, somebody still say there's Gen I now, Gen innovation. So the future we're talking about is you. That's the truth. You are the next. Be able to create this level of. If you're looking at me and you're looking at this my audacity, yeah. Forget about it. So we're looking at involvement of the youths and leaders. So my question is, How can you leadership be empowered to drive perspective local? What support systems are needed to amplify the youth voices? How can you youth amplify your towards the
In my opinion, leadership is service. So if it was saying, how can have youth leadership? Then us young people are rather than just talk or listen, or just be on social media. So we should be doing things like what my brother here, Ken is doing, actually acting towards a sustainable world. So you like what I'm very much about is not just we need to there. I mean, social media is there for us to learn a lot of crafts, a lot of things. There are so many household items nowadays that you can actually make yourselves from home from waste through cycling. I practice upcycling very actively. I teach young people upcycling students. So to promote sustainability is to actually act from their own basis. Also by young things, right? Just like in actually it was being worked on during digitalization, we need to provide an enabling environment for sustainable innovations as well.
Thank you so much. So what or let that be. Thank you.
Okay. Is give us that enabling environment. And in giving us that enabling environment, invest in our education. That is one aspect that we are shying away from. Something happened last week on Twitter. There's this popular scientist, he's a Yoruba guy, his name is Arojile. Now, something happened between him and Grok on Twitter. Grok is the AI for Twitter that gives you information. There was back and forth. He said something and Grok said it's wrong. But because that guy knows his onions, we know that this thing is right. You can just go and fact check all what I'm saying. Grok has to apologize to him for saying the wrong thing. That is because the education is there and it's sound. That is one aspect you have to do for us. Then, what do we do for the environment? I stay in Ibadan. By the grace of God, next month, I'll be carrying out a campaign for micro drivers in Ibadan. An accident happened 2 months ago. It claimed the life of almost 3 East City University students. That's not sustainable. An articulated vehicle left one particular organization. Sorry, I didn't have an organizations. It left that organization and entered that road. And the end for those students. Those students have a bright future. They should be the one to solve XYZ problems for this nation. But that vision was cut short by one particular organization. It's not sustainable for us. We can't continue to lose potentials all in the name of what organizations are not doing right. And this is one aspect we're looking at. And I'm particularly going out to carry out trainings for micro drivers to see that we reduce the road anomalies, the misbehaviors, the misdemeanors on the road, and bring them to a bearable minimum, such that kids like this can cross the road safely without any form of accident or injury to them, courtesy of those drivers.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. I know that you don't a lot. If you have not been watching this video, it has a YouTube channel. Okay, I'm not advertising, or then again, this is a way of supporting. Fine boy, name of your YouTube. To follow. Okay, so I'll just give opportunity to my audience 1 year, 1 year, and I will balance it, okay? A male and a female. Yes, I see your hand waving. Yes, please. Yes. You have the floor. Yes, inclusiveness and equality.
Mike, I so much appreciate an house conference, and I've learned a lot. But practically, how do we engage governments? How do we engage policymakers? How do we engage regulators to practically support us? Our environment is crying out loud. Even in Lagos, where we find ourselves, everywhere is messed up. We are not feeling healthy. There's some residential house close to landfill sites. A case study is where we have Atigondo right there. How do we engage government? Thank
you so much. How do we engage government? Not just only government, all the stakeholders. How do we engage them? Okay, so the next question, and I will just allow any of my panelists to answer the question. Yes, please tell us your name and your question.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Shamaka, and I'm very intrigued when it has to do with when it comes to AI generally, tech or digital or whatever. So my question is this to our panelists that talked about the innovations. I wrote down something. We are relying more on AI and digital platforms to improve ESG reporting and prevent greenwashing. But are we also evaluating the environmental and social impact of those technologies themselves? That's my question then. Let me say, for example, how we exactly managing the growing electronic waste from tech upgrades or the energy use of large data systems. Could we be unintentionally creating new sustainable problems while we are doing that? Now, the second one is, okay, so like I just said, we don't just take this first one. And how do we ensure that the AI-driven ESG tools are not just the compliance, and then why hiding some data gaps in them?
All right, okay, I'll leave this open and I'll throw it open. While creating software, while we are creating solutions, how are we also managing the consumption of through this large data? I know there's so how are we making that? How do we engage government, to leverage the presence of government? That's why I said that there's a need for us to have the presence of government in this panel. And then last, the chairman, the last one was what?
I just buttress on
how to manage e-waste. There was a time I made a presentation on e-waste being a dinosaur. I think a long time ago. And I think Lagos State took one initiative and was invited to form a policy on e-waste management. And right now there's also an association that is managing e-waste. What is the name now? EPRO. They are managing our e-waste and they're collecting it. Let me just leave my microphone.
Okay, I first of all wanted to talk about how to be engaged. But you mentioned we have government representative, so okay. So one thing that I realized as you is that we have one of our key rights, which is partaking in the process of politics. Right. Why do I mention politics? They are the leaders, are the policymakers. At the ground level, you have your local governments, you have your House of Rep, you have your senators, you have your councillors. If I ask people in this room who know the name of their local government chairman? Councillor. Okay. So aside that, let me now break it down again. The primary things that we need, right, that's needs for human to live is being provided by these categories. The state provide primary health care, they are to manage our road, they are to manage our drainages, they are to manage our landfill by local government, they are to manage where we dispose things, we are to manage water for us to use. But what have we done? Everybody leave it to them to decide whatever they want to do and focus on the president. So first thing first is to start grassroots.
don't have the policy maker. We need to start engaging it. You have a senator. I have local government chairman. We need to start from the grassroots because this is where the major problem is. They are the one that manage the informal sectors, where we have a lot of opportunities that we can use to tackle these sustainability issues that we're facing. So we need to start engaging. Let's participate. You don't have to contest. Work closer. Let the addendum, the agenda they are presenting, be involved in it, so that you know that these are the people that are going to take the decision that's going to be reflecting directly on us and protecting our future. So on the news I am, because we do a lot of digitalization, and what we have adopted as a company is this. Before, we used to have a lot of printers, a lot of digital assets that we buy as an organization. And this has to go to somewhere. Though we took it as a responsibility that before you can take any waste from us, we must know what you are doing it for, and we must verify what you are using it to do. So what we are doing presently is to engage a third party. We are not buying. Offer us the service. You maintain this asset for us, then we pay for the service. So this reduces the amount of the e-waste that we are generating by adopting the services instead of buying new ones.
All right, thank you so much. You can also take this waste to EPRO. And yes, they have the designated centers, especially around Lagos, where they collect this e-waste and they take them to people that further recycle them. All right. I will allow you to speak, then maybe one or two persons will speak from there. And then please also give us your closing remarks.
Okay, so I just want to respond to the question by Chiamaka. It is not all tech solutions that requires hardware. It's not all tech solutions that require hardware. Like some of the solutions that are using at PAT is just the software, just programs using some programming languages. And with the programming languages and few use of IoT device, tiny SMD electronics, you can actuate a door, your AC for your phone, you can control it, tiny devices. So it is not until you start using big gadgets like printers, like scanners, before you start generating e-waste. So the world has moved from using very huge equipment. In fact, you may have a tiny camera that this is a big camera here, very tiny one, and to be sharper, even 8K, more than what we can see here now. So so technology has really progressed far more than where we are. Finally, in this place, Pentagon, they have a drone as tiny as mosquito, a drone as tiny as a mosquito that can be around us here. They'll be viewing exactly what we are doing, getting all the voice from, and we will not know. So for that, and in terms of the government engagement, my brother has said it all here. We have to engage at local level. Even our support. Once they say amen, we run home. Here to come back and start complaining. So we have to get involved at every level. At every level, we can get involved. Sustainability starts from us. And like someone said, we talk a lot, but when it comes to application, they will not see us there. You see people with 10 PhDs, but when it comes to application, they will not see us there. So let's be doers. Let's start applying the tiny knowledge we have. For example, yes, for my closing remark, yes, I told myself, I'm not going to come to this world without making an impact. There's a Yoruba adage that says, I'll say it in Yoruba, in English, that I don't want to be like a snake that walk on a rock and not show its impact. Okay? So any knowledge you have, try and do something for humanity. That's why I invented the smart meter. I want to do something for humanity. So that when I'm long gone, they can, when they remember what I've done. We are enjoying almost everything. We are enjoying all these inventors. Let's do something for humanity.
Okay, for my closing remarks, I know we have a lot of professionals here that work with organization, and we need to put in more efforts into understanding what the business needs. right? A lot of professionals, we champion this as our own, where it is the not your department's own. So you have to find the rules to ensure that when you are presenting your case, be able to do a benefit analysis, marry data. This is what and this is what you take. If you cannot present anything to management and tell them this is what you get by doing this, believe me, some of them can have the moral understanding as they want to do this. But they are not easy to get the express level. Okay, I don't want to stretch too much, but time is industry so this. But on the flip side, back to Chiamaka's question, AI also has a lot of drawbacks when it comes to environment. A lot of thought I wouldn't want to draw into. But what I would just say is just that we are using supercomputers and millions of information travels within seconds. So that has huge effect on the environment. But what I would say in my final notes is that policy makers should be people that are fit for that office. So as a scientist, you are not restricted to the classroom alone. As a scientist, data scientist, a whole lot of fields that can be concentrated doing policies. The right people that knows it, knows how it works, and can provide a solution to it. So that's just whatever we are now. So let's always start from that.
All right. So quickly within that we need to be intentional with whatever we are doing. We need to be intentional, very important, and be realistic. Okay. I don't want to talk too much because Lagos State is saying that they want to I think a plastic store because I've been asked how do they what is the alternative to by the time they eradicate yeah. So by the time the ban is, what is the alternative? I don't see them being realistic and being intentional. I don't see that's probably one of those things. So we need to be intentional. We need to be on how on how to convert their waste to waste, but also on the usefulness of waste, which will also help in achieving this SDG goal. Thank you.
Okay, so for me, my total remark is sustainability starts with me. Sustainability starts with me, and it starts with all of us. It is a journey and not a destination. Thank you. When we report, let us report truthfully. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just taking right from the top. Sustainability starts with me. So my last words would be start doing from now. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I like what my brother get to eating humanity, taking powers in grocery meeting because I'm a vegetarian. So one final word, I'll encourage all of us, especially our young ones. I like your presentation. Are you listening to me? Yeah. Are you listening to me? So I like your presentation, but what I would like you to do when you go, tell more of your friends. If you are convinced about something, share it to other people so that you will also be in that space.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
All right. Fine word safety. My parting word with every one of us is this. The 17th SDG, you can't exhaust everything. Expect one to support one. Pick one point. I think the aspect of enlightenment and education, which forms content creation for me, and I'm enjoying it.
Now, with what Peter has said, I have one question to ask. How many of us, how many targets do we have out of the 17 SDG goals? Don't Google. Quickly tell me, how many targets? How many targets? Targets. Well, exactly what I'm saying. We have 159 targets out of the 7 SDG goals. So out of 159 targets, of course, we can't start looking at all of them. Pick the ones that are relevant for organization. 17 SDG goals, 469 targets. How many do you want to look at? All right, on that note, please, can you appreciate my panelists? Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for sharing your wealth of knowledge with us. We appreciate you. I think we should do a group photograph. Yes.
A round of applause for this panel once again. This has been robust. So, to appreciate our panelists for the immense contributions they've made to these conversations, we will now be presenting some plaques as tokens of appreciation and recognition. So please, as I invite for the presenter of the plaques, and as the presentation happens, please let's appreciate each panelist in no particular order. I would like to invite first and foremost Dr. Farion Bata to present this token of recognition to our esteemed lady, Cheta Nwabuke. As I present, let's appreciate the panelists. And every one of them has so passionately. Thank you. Thank you. So this talking about appreciation to Mr. Abu. So Mr. Abu, that will tell us some predictions on the panel session. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was in and that's sort of That's for him, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Around data analytics, around tech and how to employ tech to drive sustainability, capital climate agenda. Thank you very much, sir. To present this I know. The one that was missed, the one that was missed. Also, that I know will keep pouring and pouring. Please run the request for him as he comes forward. And wants to go take the message to their friends. Last but not least, I would like to invite forward to present this token of appreciation to Mr. Obafemi Ilola. It's going to be this time. For him, please. Thank you very much for the contributions. And you will all about our esteemed moderator for this session, D. Very easy, each and every one of us giving themselves a plan of vision for the vision to run this. Yes, we all deserve now, we all deserve now. You have to feel that this panel was steered with excellence, was steered with the future in mind. And to present this token of appreciation to our esteemed moderator, Dr. Monica Nwosu, for steering this panel so seasoning, so effortlessly. I want to come forward to me on Monday, the advisor, Nigeria Sustainable Value Chains, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, former Chief Operating Officer, United Nations, Global Compact Nigeria, ex-Director, Center of Excellence on Innovation, Leadership, and soon to present his token of appreciation to our moderator for this panel session, Dr. Monica Nwosu. He remains there. While she remains there, conferment of appreciation, these goes to Fresh Fountain Limited, Fresh Fountain Consulting Limited. I did say earlier that they were wonderful partners and supporters for this conference. That still goes to Dr. Monica Nwosu. Please, at this point, may I invite all the panelists before I request for the keynote for the panelists to take this group photograph. It is essential that we honor our keynote speaker, even when he's not physically here with us. His contributions were very key in setting the tone for these conversations. And I will invite forward Dr. Feinre Umbata to make this presentation to our keynote speaker, Dr. Eugene Itwa, for his immense contributions to the success of this conference. Applause for him. That goes to Dr. Eugene Itwa, who is with us virtually. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you very much. And at this point, may I invite all the panelists to join the moderator, Dr. Monica Nwosu, on stage for a group photograph. I also invite to join them the convener of this conference, the Director General, the CEO at SIC, Dr. Julius Akman, the Deputy President in person of Dr. Feinre Umbata. So, this was it's me.
You are not allowed. Okay. We did not permit to.
Let's say thank you, lessons, motivation. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you very much. There will be time to network and to still connect before this event is over. It's been some 45 minutes of listening to lectures, listening to conversations. At this point, I would to take sustainability from a different perspective. Say that I'll be bringing to the microphone somebody who is bringing sustainability to us from a different perspective. And believe you me, you will enjoy this. And I also like to implore everyone seated. I know we're pressed for time, but there is nothing left to do that we have not done that is not important and that you will not benefit from. So please exercise patience so that we can get the full import of what we have come to do here today. Remember, I did say we are here to have conversations, not just for today, but to redefine the future. If your hands are not well, Miss Aina Ayomide will bless us with sustainability as a poet.
Thank you very much. Dignitaries and every excellency present here today, good afternoon. Okay, Aina Ayomide is my name and I'm a spoken word poet. Amongst other things, I am a spoken word poet, and today I will be performing to you a piece that is very, very, very important. I know that I get today to talk about how greenwashing can be eradicated, how greenwashing can be turned on in its volume, how AI can be allowed to say, hey, I'm not here to take your job, or many other things like that. But today, what I'm about to perform this piece to you is something that is pertinent to all the things that we've discussed in this room. That even as we are discussing sustainability, there is one more thing that's no longer sustainable in our hearts, and that is fear. So today I come to hold the funeral for our fears. I come to seek that we live and not live to negating emotions or allow them to set us in motions. I come to remind us of our identity as entities whose entirety is being filled up by frailties. We have become indefatigable aspirants with insatiable desires for life's positions where purpose, places, passions push us to be, to see, and we see, or we don't see because we see life's red flags as blue, see black as you, bala blue. But I tell you, as a student of the law, we have only ourselves to sue for this. You see, today, I'm not a prophet, but believe me, I'm about to prophesy. I know many are the problems of the world, but none of them do I intend to magnify or amplify or simplify. See, it's this life way no balance, and its skills are yet to demystify. So listen, I'm about to prophesy. If you grow up, you remain up. If you jump up, you come down. This is to say, wait, don't rush. Don't hurry, but don't stay. Don't be still, and don't stress. In this race, there's always a godly way, desire, the daily milk for pace. Pray your way to the peak after all. It's in you, see that. would pass as an advert for peak, but also the step-by-step trick to reach the peak and more than take sneak peeks, stay as the chick. So the future is like a maternal mission, a pregnancy. Now only you know how we dey do. But when you say the sky is the limit, don't you consider the price of the flight? When you say you can do all things, don't you consider the strength of your mind? When you say you won't give up, are you talking of sacrifice? When you say life is a spoon, do you mean to use for dinner at night? So the future is one for which to be sure. Yet no one knows tomorrow, but we all must live life as though it's not ours, but one we borrowed. So if you look well, you'll see. And life isn't about the sorrows, what you do with the cause for sorrows, there will be purpose. There will be loopholes, there will be sorrows, there will be shadows of doubt that scout to see how much courage you have in your range at your age to grade your state or reflect on which. But you must grow to know and show that the world is a canvas of opportunities, where you can paint your dreams into reality, blot out your mistakes with your take on fake paint and brush your sobriety to reach new heights, pitch your identity. The world is a mega. You have to amplify, enhance, announce, and pronounce your voice into something louder. Or on theater, the world is a big speaker and a red maker. So while you use it to fearlessly and for thoughtfully make the bed of your future sometime, pray with me. May our fears rest in peace. And live in pieces. Amen. Thank you.
That was breathtaking. That was breathtaking. Thank you very much, Miss. And now, your leader. I think that was the way she pronounced it when she came. Yeah. And your leader. Thank you very much. I think at this time, to the second presentation. The first presentation came with passion, delivered by the passionate engineer Lovely Okoye. This second presentation promises to be even more passionate, promises to be even more engaging. This second presentation promises to be even more engaging, more passionate. We're getting ready, but before we take the second presentation, I would like to invite the microphone for messages. Mr. Femi Da Silva, representing HSE Nations, one of our supporters and partners for this conference. Please, of the hands and also please invite to the microphone. Welcome to the microphone, Mr. Femi Da Silva, a message. Please keep the hands together until we get here.
Leaders and esteemed colleagues. I mean, it's quite an honor and a privilege to be here and celebrate this amazing event. My friend, my brother, Dr. Jonas, has been very consistent. So this is quite amazing, and I'm sure that everyone here learned one or two things, and I'm sure we're also going to network even more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me also invite to the microphone for another Google message the founder, the PILP, and the person of Dr. Nathan Asim for a Google message. Please, a round of applause for him. He's been with us all day. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. It's a very amazing thing that I am seeing all the good faces. People who are talking about our environment. As he said, I work for Professional Leadership Practitioners Institute. There is nothing anybody can do without leadership. The wonderful things everybody here is doing can only make meaning when leadership brings the activities of the persons involved together and produce that result. That is why I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be among the people who are here today. And I pray God of heaven to continue to keep us doing the good work we are doing. CEIL will continue to innovate, will continue to improve our environment. If you look at the first work God gave to man, is to go and take care of our environment. God created and sent Adam and Eve to the Garden of Eden. He asked the man to tend that garden. And that garden is this world we are looking at today, where we are living. If we fail to take care of it, we have failed God, and we cannot fail God. You know, very one thing that penalty of not taking care of the affairs surrounding them. The bad guys take over, and when they take over, we shall begin to cry. We will not cry. They will not take over. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And very quickly, I've also invited the microphone, Mrs. Orune Jode, from all the way from Nine Safety in for a Google message. Please, a round of applause for her. She will be represented by this fine gentleman. A round of applause.
Distinguished guests, everybody here well seated. I rest on all protocols. My name is Kola Olebulenge. I am the current General Secretary of the Lagos State Chapter of Nigerian Institution of Safety Engineers, and I'm here representing our chairman, engineer, Mrs. Osolimama Jaja, FNI Safety E. Last year, I was here as a debater, but I'm here today rendering and giving this goodwill message. And I must say, I must commend the CEIL for their innovative activities in the course of each year as it passes, as it goes on. At NI Safety E, we're safety engineers, and we continuously look for ways to improve safety through engineering means. You know, we try to see how we would curb or negate or completely eradicate anything that is unsafe in a work environment, as opposed to before it gets to the line, last line of defense of using the PPE or engineering methods of keeping people safe. That's what we do at NI Safety E. We're an offshoot of the NSE, Nigerian Society of Engineers, and at NI Safety E, safety is the bedrock of engineering. And I must commend the CEIL for their innovation, like I said earlier. And I pray that this, you know, I learned something today. It's, like I said, one of the words that I learned today, greenwashing. It's something that I've heard before, but I didn't pay much attention to it. But now I had to, you know, do my own personal research, and I came to the conclusion that it is more or less green sakamaje, you know, saying green sakamaje, saying something that is not, but trying to appear, you know, real. But like I said, Engineer Julius Akon, you're doing a fantastic job. So the team at CEIL, continue, and God will continue to uphold and uplift you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. After that, I will invite to the microphone for the second presentation, Mr. Sunday Adepokunmi, Head Dairy Development, Friesland Company, Nigeria PLC. Sales presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to start on the existing protocol. I want to be talking on economic benefits of digitalized sustainability reporting. I think from all what you have been, hearing from what has been said so far, I think my job has been made very, very simple. Now, what I'm going to do basically is going to be practical. Hello, are we together? So somebody has said that call for actions. You understand? You can't talk about climate without taking actions. You can't talk about sustainability without taking action. So today, action. You have a happening person. He said sustainability has about 3 pillars, right? The first one, so I want to talk about the economic benefit of sustainability. Are we together? Okay, very good. Look at these pictures. Hello. I have quite about 9 pictures there. So if I give you the microphone, I'm sure you have a lot of story to tell around all these pictures. People, the students, you have, if I say picture here, you say lots, right? Okay. So, and that's why we need to really talk about sustainability. Okay, in doing sustainability, we need to make it circular. It's possible. You talk about so many things. Somebody told me one day, saying, "Oh, don't be sustained." I'm not going to business. Because I get this ignorance. How can you add value to it? This is the most critical so that industry, business, or whatever, there is no way you cannot generate waste. Isn't it? And can you tell that you can that way? You can tell me that. I told the guy that, do you know that the number of wives that will marry determine the number of how you pollute the environment? Isn't it? He said, I want to combine the basic ability to a new second. The woman waste. Every time he kept on about now hello. So when you're talking about waste management as a business, the first thing you need to understand, what are your waste streams? Hello, that is the first thing. What are your waste streams? After that, you do what we call environmental aspect and impact. What are the aspects? When there was a time I was auditing someone, I said, do you know what aspect is? The person doesn't know. You understand? What are the aspects? Who can tell me what is an aspect? Student. Aspect. Hello. Aspect is actually something that could interact with the environment. A very good example is waste. Exactly, because of doing that, business relate, with the machine. Now, You also go to of legal savings. That's what I'm talking about, the economic benefits. Okay? Then you cannot do saving without having that, system. Now, maybe it's your company. And let's assume that this is a company. You look at the company. Look at the inputs. Do you know that you think it's a waste? I explain that continue that you see what I'm talking about. You think it's a waste. It's actually, what's a waste? I don't like, when we are talking about sustainability safety, we don't grow big grammar. Are we together? Waste is basically what is not useful to the primary owner. It doesn't mean that the secondary owner cannot turn it around to become a what? That's what we're talking about today. So if you know that common eats, when you generate it can be a what? You can convert it to something. Okay. Now, if you look at what are the inputs, is it utility, is it gas, is it, then what are the output? We're talking about exhaust, is it wastewater, is it packaging material, and so on. All of these you need to identify. You need to now determine how you set your strategy around this. Okay? Now, you can also use what you call, the most critical thing you can take on to manage life is human being. Okay? Talk of mindset. You need to work on their behavior. And I normally use it to work on people's behavior, more than organizational behavior management. And center around ABC. A means what you call antecedent. B is what? Behavior. Y is consequent. Meaning that before anybody can demonstrate any behavior, they are more than the other behavior, which is an antecedent. The laws there. You have some criminal that commit suicide because they know there's a consequence. Consequence could be positive and it could be what? Negative. Are we together? Now in this case, we introduce what we call them, and how do we do that? There's what we call measurement. There's what we call performance measurement. What is a performance? Performance is a situation. Are you with me? You know the situation like an event. Then you cannot perform without the behavior. Together. Before you can talk about performance, you have to understand the behavior. Am I going to somebody? Okay. Now, then the outcome of that behavior is the result. So now when we talk about situation, talk about what? Behavior. Then you talk about what? Result. Now, in order to measure that performance, you measure performance in 4 categories. Hello. Then you look at what we call quality. You look at what we call quantity. You look at what we call timeliness. You look at what we call cost. Those 4 categories must be complete. How primary? There is no quantity without quality. Are we together? And there is no quantity without quality. If you produce 1,000 cartons, you go a waste. Have you done? That's why I say performance is a situation, behavior, and result. So for you to have a good result, you must demonstrate a good behavior. For you to have a bad result, maybe you have demonstrated what? Bad behavior. So and we now have to when doing this, you work on people saying that, hey, come, you need to reduce your waste. Are we together? And check how the good ladies situation to be up to see. Then when you reduce your waste, set the target for them. By social quantity, you were going to reinforce your behavior. That's a positive consequence. Then you need to upgrade with target as well. Because of cost saving, they want to is it good enough? You have good quality. Now, practical thing here. Practical thing. Please hold your calculator. Now, when you as a business, or sorry, as a safety professional or environmental professional, you don't even know the inventory of your air conditioners in your office. You don't even know the number of the air conditioner that you know. How and you know, of the business. Hello. Now, you can easily save a lot of costs by reducing we have over 400 air conditioners. These air conditioners on this air conditioner. You know, air conditioner can run 24 hours. This is it. Please listen to me and you will thank me later. Okay? Look at this air conditioner. How many horsepower is this? Look at tell me. I don't know. Like 3 horsepower. Yes. Okay, very good. We have close to 403 horsepower. Now, like me, we don't do consumption of horsepower. 200 units. Now, if you say this AC, somebody will put it on when you close it. Some people will forget. Hello. It was to now put a timer of the source. Sorry, apology. I don't know why I went on that condition. Together. Sorry, please. Let me this one better. 6 a.m. I mean, comes from 6 a.m. and cut off 6 p.m. automatically. You know what we have done? Let me just tell you. Now, 3 horsepower. Hello, where's your calculator? Now, how much is banding now? Are you laughing? When you are not using your AC and you're scrubbing, your money is going to the drain, isn't it? It's going to the drain. Hello? How much is banding? Nobody can answer me. That means you are not using banding. Eh? You are not using banding. It's 209. 209 about. 206, fine. Let's take 206. 206 per what? Kilowatt hour. Hello, that means for every 1 hour, you are using what? 206. Okay, very good. Now, hello, are we together? Are we together? Very good. Now, let's take one AC first. You multiply, I want to convert, as you know, AC is rated in horsepower. I want to convert it to kilowatt hour. Multiply 1 AC, 3 horsepower by 0.75. I want to get your answer, please. Call your answer for me. We are doing calculations. We need to be real. 2.25 kilowatts. 2.25. Now for yourself. You are not laughing. Okay, let's just take some randomly. So, how much? 0.25 kilowatts and kilowatt. That means that is the kilowatt rating. Converted into horsepower to kilowatt rating. Now, are we together? Remember that I cut it off every 6 p.m. and they come home when? 6 a.m. That means I'm saving how many hours? I'm saving 12 hours in a day. Put together. Okay, very good. Now, you got 2.25, right? Now, you will now multiply that 2.25 times, no, let's say 206. What does it give you? Meaning that every hour, that's the amount you are spending on. It's not easy. It's not abstract. This is the amount you are spending on one AC unit. Now, multiply it by 12 hours. That's 1 day. That means if I'm able to save 12 hours, if I'm to run it 24 hours, that's times 2. Are we together? So for 12 hours, how much? 1,000. That's what you're running. You now multiply it by 400 units. We give you. We have some mathematicians say,
2.224 million.
2.224 million. For the number of bases. Now you multiply it by 365 days. That's a year. What does it give you? No. $812 million. That means in a year you are able to save how much? By just simple engineering control. What people don't pay attention to. When you call your management and you tell your management, this is what you are able to save business, they will not stand up and clap for you. Hello? What is only on AC? You can do what you call motion sensor. But some of our lighting, when you are there, when the light comes up. When you are not there, the light goes up. Are we together? I don't want to even go to that one. So this I think is timer. So now, other aspect of this, you see, so many things we are not really pay attention to. So many things. Now, when we came on board, we saw that most of our lightings, over 422 lightings are routine. They are 400 watts. What do we need 400 watts for? Hello? Then we took the inventory. We now have to reduce with L to 150 watts. Hello? When you reduce 400 watts to 150, what have you said? You have saved 250 watts, and that is what translated to nearly 1.5 million naira. I'm telling you. So that's why I said, how do we add value to our business? Okay, how? This is not really paying attention to this. This is where some company they tell you they're not profitable. Some companies they come back because they are not profitable, their businesses are going into about this. Hello. Now, when have it looks like this, we give it to Norma, and which is right anyway. And Norma, what do? They take it to the dog side and they start using bulldozer and start crossing it, start burning it. Please come on. This is not sustainable. Okay? How do we go about this? Do you know what? That's why someone said something the other time. He said leadership is the key. When you're talking about safety, health, and environment, without the leadership, you are wasting your time. There was no budget. I just met the management and said, I have this idea. Can we do this? Can we do this? I need a budget of this. So I go and do the calculation. And that year, it was 10 million naira. I did a project that what these guys are wasting, they are destroying the environment. We can recover all this. Okay? We can, and when we did the recovery, you can see we recover the town and we develop a roadmap. And this thing is saving us over 100 million naira annually. Hello? You are clearly going to clap, you are clearly clap. And the waste I was going to the landfill was reduced by 25%. And the cost of destruction was reduced by 91%. In fact, we received about 2 awards this year on this. So this is how you can add value to business. And we are talking about 9 sample perspective. Hello. So you can see, you see the waste scan, you can see how it's going. This copper, hello, is 100% recyclable. 100% recyclable. In fact, it's as if you are not using it at all. You can see. That product, and it goes like this. It turns, that's what we call life sample perspective. Then it turns to your iron rod to build the house. We still look at other waste stream. This waste, as you can see, this waste stream, this waste is the most difficult waste you can take. It's laminate waste. It's non recyclable. It's what? Non-biodegradable. Okay? And we have to partner. I went to this company. I said, come, we can partner. Just take this waste free of charge. Use it for alternative energy. For what? They have one. This is a kiln. They burns at about 1,400 degrees Celsius. Okay? What they don't need to do to shred this guy, because it contains aluminum foil, mix it with palm kernel, and they send it to the kiln. In that regard, so they are using it like this. This was very expensive. So then they have to now combine this, and their cost of energy reduced. Then I don't also pay plumber to send this, so I save millions of naira on monthly basis for this. And with all this initiative, this is why you see you need to meter. You can see the energy, you can see water consumption, you can see the energy in gigajoule. Sorry, when you meter, there's no time I would have told you more about this. When you meter your energy, you are using gas, that's natural gas or butane gas or whatever. When you meter, okay, you need to convert to gigajoule. The same thing with diesel, you need to convert to gigajoule before it becomes energy. Okay, and you need to track. Then at the end of the day, these are the results. Okay, the carbon emission was going down, and this initiative brought my waste that goes to the landfill, reduce it to 7%. Only 7% goes to the landfill. And we are going to 0 waste to landfill. Okay, so and also energy efficiency is also very key. There's no time I will talk more about this. Water efficiency, energy efficiency is also very. That's how you check your parameters you are doing as a business. Okay, now let's go to digitalize sustainability reporting. So what tools are you using to report sustainability? Now, we use what we call Hyperion Financial Management. We call it HFM. Many of us, we've heard about it. Okay, so, and honestly speaking, this helps you to predict the future. It helps you, it brings so many things together: financial reporting, sustainability, safety KPI, and so on and so forth. And you can see, we also use what we call dots. And it's a diagram to show how plants are doing on sustainability and what steps they can take to improve their performance. And I will show you now. Support plants by visualizing sustainability performance in one location, and you can also see other locations at the glance. If you have, like we have close to more than 300 locations in the whole world. Okay, so you can see different locations, how they are performing on their sustainability. And I will show you now. Okay, so we use what we call Microsoft Power BI. I know some of us have heard about it. Okay, and this is what you can track your record from 12 years, 20 years. You can track. You can see the trend, and you can take a decision on how to move. You can see, you see energy, water, CO2 emissions, and so on and so forth. And this, you can see, this is from Power BI. All what I've told you the other time is translated to this from HML. You can see. Okay. Now, there's one called sustainability label. I'm rounding off my slides. It's also from this Power BI. Okay, this is going to tell you your maturity level as a business. And how do you get to certain maturity level? You need to answer some questions. You need to take some actions. For instance, let me just give you 2 examples. You have your maybe boiler. Okay, the question is sustainability maturity level. You also have maturity level in safety as well. All this pathology, degenerative, and so on and so forth. But talking about sustainability, you can see before you can move to a certain level to another level, you must have put some actions in place. Hello, for instance, this system will recommend to you that, oh, you have a boiler or you have generators. You are still using generators. Have you converted your heat to energy? You know it's possible. That's what we call heat recovery boiler. When your generator is working, just trap the heat. Then it gives you steam. Hello, that is sustainability. Hello. Then before you could move to this, you must have made a lot of investment on sustainability. And this site is on sea level now. And these are the actions I need to put to do. One, next. Okay. There is environment. We have 8% of the loss Nigeria. Hello, and how does it get? That's my name. Sure, and you can see that I don't know these samples. Now, the facility ensures readily available provision and maintenance of present notice at the workplace of the state. You are be applicable to you? It's applicable to everybody. Okay, it's applicable. If it's not, you say no. Then, are you compliant? If the answer is there to click. The same thing for the owner. At the end of the day, the every category, oh yes, you are going to ask question here. Which one is applicable to you? Which one? You need to take action on it. It's telling you the sense of KPI. And at the end of the day, when you have read, you need to speak about it. When you have read on this area, and what actions will you take to ensure that you don't want out the law? Okay. So lastly, together, I was looking at 1 year, they called me in one conference to come and talk about climate change. I told them, I asked a question, what do you know about renewable energy? Hello, no professor started blowing down. I told you safety, health, and environment, your language must be very simple. You are like a marketer. You need to speak the language people understand. I said renewable energy is energy where if finish. Hello, does that make sense to you? Then it's on your clean energy, this energy, blah blah. Energy where will be finished now. That's a renewable energy. Eh? Hello? Hello? Lastly, do you know that I was in Netherlands to carry out an audit, and I saw a place, a house, that they have solar energies. Hello? I asked the lady, what are you doing with it? He said, they have a point outside. And she showed me. That point is when you cannot finish all your solar panels on your roof, you sell pipe to the government. I tell you, the energy is there. They don't have solar, sir. Hello, sir. If they have solar like this, they will celebrate. But when I went to someone who had to the church, 10 a.m., when you come out, hello, 10 o'clock a.m., what is in our contract? We cannot utilize it. Hello, sir. No, sir. So, meaning that, what will save us in Nigeria? This one people resources, some everywhere, but we cannot tap into these resources. So, let's talk about I don't take it. That was the young part of it. Because you can save lives. Thank you very much, sir. Now to wasting time, to present a token of appreciation for
Mr. Adedokun's wonderful contribution to the success of this conference. Dr. Chinyere Amechi, founder and director, Makusa, formerly Safety and Security Watch magazine. A round of applause when she comes forward to present this talking about ocean to Adedokunle. When you go able to save lives, you become man. That's what happens. Once again, that was unfortunately the need. This comes to the middle. This comes to the middle. You see LED screen as background. Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you, it is not over. It is not over. There's something for somebody. So if you will be that lucky person, and something like save time, save costs, and ultimately save a life. Yes, and at this time, remember our keynote speaker, Dr. Eugene Itwa, CEO and lead at Natural Eco Capital. I did say earlier that they are ably represented here physically, and I mentioned something interesting that you would love to know about. So I'll be inviting them forward now for this short speech on eco-friendly pencils. Eco-friendly pencils. Please, a round of applause for Natural Eco Capital.
Thank you very much. What protocol do you observe? Good afternoon, everyone. Talking about for ourselves. Please, let's clap ourselves. You know, when you are clapping for yourself, it's because you are listening, you have been engaging, and a very big thank you to Mr. Adedokun. He has been driving the energy, just trying to show that responding back to him. Can we please clap for ourselves again? Now, thank you very much. My name is Yvette, and I'm from Natural Eco Capital. That's our stand over there. I don't want to bore you so much about what we do, but I come to tell you something about what I have in my hands. Our Natural Eco Capital, when you come to our stand, we'll tell you a little more about our services. But here is what I want to display to you, so that you could connect to it. What I have in my hands are called Eco Pencil and Eco Pen. And I have just 2 minutes, so I know I've spent about 30 seconds or so. I have Eco Pencil and then Eco Pen. What are these things made up of? They are made up of waste papers. Hello? They are made up of waste paper. Now, I wish I could write statistics like the way because I won't know too much. On a tree, we can produce about 16 reams of paper. Do you know what reams of paper are? You know that paper that we use for printing. The reel, sorry, not the reel now. Yes, that part is called a reel. Now, on a tree, you can get 15 reams of that paper. And then what happened to those paper? We use them and somehow we trash them away because they are being used. But what we did with those paper is that we recycle them. Remember how pencil looks? I wish our wonderful gents are still here. You know what pencil looks? We have the rolling part. But right now, we don't have the moving parts anymore. We use those paper, whole newspaper, magazines, just call them papers, all right? What's really the importance of this thing is that we are saving the trees. And you know how important the trees are to our ecosystem. You remember the conversion of Diamond Bank, Access Bank, right? Now, we have to work with them. Banks don't do a lot of things with papers. So we have to convert most of their papers. Okay, so this is the sample of what we did for them. Most of their papers into pencils, and they use it for CSR. Okay? Somebody said that. Let me open it here. Just come to our next. You can come and have a good look at it. So why are we preaching this to you that this is going out there and take this back to your organization? Come to our next. I will be happy to explain us to you. Thank you very much for having us.
Yes.
I did say earlier that there is something for somebody.
Yeah.
So
That's it.
10 hands. Because I really think people can pay it. It's hinged on how fast you can be. Even your phones. Right. So go to your web browser and type in kahoot.it. KHOOT.it. We have 10 people on the game, it's going to be lost. So once you join, we'll begin to see participants. Anonymous. They won't leave you. Somebody, it's going to get interesting. Someone could have seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tuition, speed, but don't be so even trying to be fast. Don't miss the answer. Are you ready? No, if you are out of this 10, you should be ready now. Yeah. All right, let's start it. Expand what? Expand access. Oh. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Look at your brain. Look at your brain.
I don't talk already now.
It's on screen. The answer. Apologies. The question will be on screen. The answer in front I see more people are interested. Outstanding. Interesting. So here's where it gets tricky. It might not be the best be it's not sustainable. It's a level playing field. Everybody has it's a level playing field. The level playing field. Just to begin right. Right, are you ready? Look at this thing. Your eyes glued to the screen for the pin. Fastest fingers. Fastest fingers, fastest fingers. Fastest fingers. Wow, and here we go. Best participant. B. Are you ready? So you need what's on the now. The question was screen, the answer, the answer code, the code with the right answer, but the right option on your phone. That's what you got to do. Let's start the game.
We know. We don't know this one now.
Fastest fingers. Sleep. Well, that's just one out of many. All right, we have 7 people who got it correctly. Get ready. So that's the leaderboard. Keep reading.
The fastest.
All right. Get ready. Fastest fingers. Somebody still choose. It's basically it. I'm still reading. Yes, it has come. It's come. It has come. Don't worry now.
Okay, 17. Pastor, why 17?
SDG 17, SDG 17. Oh, SDG 17 is get ready, fastest fingers. If you're fast and your answer is the choosing option is wrong, it doesn't count. My key is still living. Don't worry. You will find out. You will find out. What this is gearing up to take over. No, it's simple. Here is where the power of fastest fingers comes in. In French. Somebody chose it. Somebody chose it. The meaning in French. That's taking over. Close it up. Close it up. What's one more? It's fastest fingers, really. Fastest fingers. Let's see if KCP retains #1 position on the leaderboard. One person, only one person will move. Right, the race is tied between Maki and KCP. Who's going to be the first position? Yes, I'm looking forward to who you choose to answers. This one. I am sure in the race to be time. Right. Don't worry. Some people still think innovative. Get ready. Come on. It looks with me in sustainability. This one, if you don't know it, you don't know it. I don't know it. I assure you. Fantastic, fantastic. Who's this Maki? The construct. It's very interesting. So somebody chose engineer Jackson writing. Engineer Jackson. Somebody responded to the position. Engineer fantastic. Immediately, question 10 of 12, will Maki sustain this streak? Oh, it's pretty simple. The answer. One of them must be the answer. So we'll reduce to 11 questions. All right. At least people voted. People voted. Everybody voted. That's 1%. 1% of the 1%. For that 1%. 1%. Shattered it actually. Maki, we will find out who Maki is. This is the final question. What is everybody shouts out. That's 1%. 1%. The pressure. KCP in third position. Second position. Ladies and gentlemen. But I did say it was a playing field. It was a playing field. Please step forward, step forward. A lot of us from the team. If you are not here, you on the video, sorry to the fact that you always vested on me as the master of ceremonies for this conference and as the games master for this conference. I'm happy to announce to you that you have won. Oh, yeah. Let's chill. One is so 12. Lagos. Groups around Lagos. The Center of Excellence for Innovation and Leadership. It is especially hello, so wherever you want to go to within Lagos, how about is there for you? Within 2 minutes, so just let us know where you want to ride. I'm ready to put people. I'll take you to wherever you want to go to. We said initially that only one person will be cutting on price. Some of them is cutting India. That's my point. I said I should ask a serious question. So, the first time I announced this name, interested to show their hands. She was raised and doing it. Knowing yourself, come to see, still the Center of Excellence for Innovation and Leadership, a foldable electric pencil. Congratulations. Imagine if this foldable electric pencil went to AI. Babies, right? So, please, you can go back to your seat. Congratulations. I'm going to say this. When there are opportunities, please do not be shy to go after them. It might be official, but then if she had completely withdrawn, that would definitely have gone to someone else. Just enjoy the game. Yeah. So keep coming for seal events. Yeah. I was saying, keep attending seal events. You never know what you can find. We have one final presentation. And I tell you, the momentum is not dropping. In fact, the momentum is sustained. If your hands are not so busy, it's very magnanimous. And still has said, one or two more things I still do the work today. So as the presentation is on there. To
In India, what happened there after this 2024 also? The company lost a lot of money, or because somebody used their MD's voice. I need to listen to only voice, and he started. With the way AI is, sometimes they will show Trump saying something. It's not true. Some say, Trump, you're it's so stupid. That thing they said is not wrong. They did it, did it, and you think it is wrong. And that usually happens, and we must understand it. Sustainability itself, as we are taught and as we know, is standing on 3 legs. The first one is the environmental sustainability. The second, social sustainability. And the third, economic sustainability. For most people that are environmentalists, they make that mistake. They think sustainability is only environmental sustainability. It's a mistake. It has those 3 critical elements. And these 3 elements form the triple bottom line of every business now. If you say my company is making 20 billion, come and buy my company, who will not buy you? Because what we now do now is good investment. We'll do ESG due diligence. And that will cover environmental, social, and governance. So that we will not buy you and buy liability that will keep the company public. No, Peter Drucker once said it, that if you are thinking about maximizing profit and allowing loss to dip into your business, you will eventually be a loser. So we look at these 3 bottom lines and they call them the 3 P's of sustainability: the people, the planet, and the profit. Or some people call it prosperity. I like those school of thought. UWC leads that school of thought. Prosperity is fine. That covers beyond the profit. And these 3 you have is what makes our ability to work. AI now come. Everybody wants technology. Technology. See fine boy safety now. He talks to us using technology. He has told our daddy, God save the bad guy when he talk. When I asked him to back from very bad, he was teaching us over safety. And the truth is, he's saying the truth. The day they will have stamped it in such a big program, me and you will not be crying that time. But he's saying it now. Tell us to start putting things in place, because the crowd last one was too much. It's using technology to communicate to people. So AI has assisted us to manage some of our environmental, social, and governance, to manage some of our environmental, social, and economy with respect to the Sustainable Development Goals 17 with 169 targets. But not all of them AI has done well. There are some of the goals that AI is doing things against. We'll look at it because of time. As time goes on, we'll talk details. One of these programs that will come. In terms of medical treatment, I listened to one of the very powerful coach in terms of finance. That's Pastor Emmanuel. He said, don't go and study medicine. Medicine is out of the way now. We study medicine, the time is coming in the next few years. People will not follow you as a doctor. They'll put into some of their AI and it tells them what they will do and give them the basic of their problem and give solution to their problem without you. And it's better than you, doctor. So AI is useful in that area, as you can see here. It will tell us there will likely be outbreak of a disease because AI is using data and we are in the world of big data. So because big data is here, AI enter it and brings out facts for you, able to do all the modeling and get results. I don't need to go to hospital. It will give me, tell me in the next 10 years so we can have this again. Manage it like this. That's it. Where AI is supporting now and it's going to be increasing. AI is not a new thing. Please take note. They say AI just started like last year. I say, hey, someone was presenting lecture saying AI just started like last year, 2 years ago. I said, don't know about AI. It has been here, but both me and you will not understand. They've been using phone in UK, me and you will not use anything. In short, I was in UK 1 year like that, about like 6, 7 years ago. that if I'm using this, their normal, this you are using now, now let's talk about road, what's the name? Kokuma. It's being used there. Being used. I saw it used for 5 years ago. But I was not telling someone that, what is this enter Nigeria? And 2 years after I enter Nigeria. So now come and speak and say, the Kokuma in the world. No, it's just you. The level you are as a country and as you are. So we can give you data trend analysis. That is one part. SDG 3, that is S. By the time you go to SDG 13, climate change, SDG 14, life above water, life below water, 15, life above life on land. You will agree with me, AI is assisting in biodiversity modeling. Which animals is here, which plants is here, they can tell you based on climatic conditions and act data that will use to tell you a lot of conservation strategies. That is AI for you. In short, I'm moving down to other SDGs. I can discuss in all the 17 SDGs. I can tell you that AI is causing problem. I will tell you soon. It's causing some problem too. In life, when something is good, like sausage, that's bad. That will be two of us. My name is bad one's bad. Yeah. I'm telling you, thank you. We are going to get a good. Okay. I'll just say I'm not done. Let's see what push. AI can also assist us. Let me know that being deployed by everybody now. The better elements, people are deploying it now using AI. Walu is here. Okoloma of Africa is here. They deploy a platform too that can learn online. As time goes on, we improve that platform and add more AI tools into it. You are looking at doing it now. By the time the thing become international, it started for somewhere. Now you are not looking into the world. One man is the ultimate world. Oh God. Just have to innovate. That's what we are meant for. Innovation conference. Sit down and think, what can I do better? And that is where AI can assist us in quality education every more. The content of what you are learning, vis-a-vis the gender inequality, gender equality. And I like that. SDG is gender equality. Two different things. Gender equality is different from gender equality. In gender equality, this is the share for this woman, the same share for the man. No, sorry. But it is gender equity. If you give a woman a size of shoe, 45, man 45, that's gender equality. But how many women can pay 45? You are cheating them. Yeah. So give them the shoe that fits them. When I give 45 to the men, I give 41, 39, 42 to the women. That is equity. And it's good that way. They will compete with you very bravely. Just that if a woman wants to do that thing, you will do it very well. The way women do good things, not but I can give you 1,000 examples. But women do good things more than you. COVID-19 is the last one. In COVID-19, all the women president, prime minister, they did very well. Jacinda in New Zealand came out of COVID very early. Angel Merkel of Germany, very early. He did very well. Nigeria, they are sharing relatives. Now that was there. Everything goes to America, US. It was Trump that was there. He was just making noise. Women did very well. Women, please, we know you love women in life, including our mothers, our sisters. Just give one clap. Go. Again. What be the way you want your blessing to be in 2025? Now in this country, where men will also say treasure in the country. But that time, a lot of CEOs, next 10 years, almost every CEO will be yeah. But that's not happening.
No, I think we also need a cloud for inclusiveness, please, sir. Yeah, that quality.
For inclusion,
yeah.
Men, get that cloud also. It's very good. All of us we need to work together. We achieve it. The next one I want to pick again is life and land. Responsible consumption and production. This AI has done a lot. A lot of action going to have that will assist you in knowing how much fertilizer you can apply on the soil. It can tell you when you are going to harvest. I'm telling you AI. Now will tell you the time of harvest. You're going to use chemical. It will tell you how to apply your water on the field, like irrigation system to support agriculture. Remember, when you support agriculture, you support many things. Hunger will go. Those farmers, poverty will go. Hunger will go. Then manage water. So there's a lot of things, land for land, 15, that is trees. Everything is okay. How do you put your pesticides? You know, if you put too much pesticides to kill pests, it can kill your plant too. AI will teach you how to do it very well. So it's a very good thing. AI is very useful. In short, for those who write sustainability reports or ESG reporting, AI is now a very good tool now to assist you to write it very well. Your materiality analysis team will just ask some questions and be able to point down. When Professor Julius gave me this topic, you know what I did? When you have sense, it's good to have wisdom. I know I can't ask him to do something. I just use wisdom for him. I said, Prof, that topic you gave, man, can you just do something? Let me see something on it. And within 10 minutes of asking him, he talked to me. I sent chat and said, hey, ask now. Oh, no, because he just went to ChatGPT. The same topic he gave me. AI is very good. Google now use AI to write some of their sustainability reports now. AI has these elements that are not fantastic. Energy consumption. The more you use AI, the more they use more energy. And if the energy is from fossil fuel, AI is not supporting sustainability again. That's meaning. But if the energy is from renewables, it's very fine. But AI needs huge amounts of energy. That's why data centers, statistics, billions of money are being spent all over the world on data center operations. That is on the AI coming in now. At least I hope like 3 of them that are very powerful in the world. And I see they are complaining. In short, their complaint also include water. Because to cool all the data center, they need a lot of water, they need to cool very well. And AI is making them to demand for more water. Don't forget water in 2003 to Kabula, when they are using water of the community, and community now protested against water. So that AI is getting all those water consumption, lot of greenhouse gas emissions. When you use AI and you are using fossil fuel, you are going to add value, add more value to the GDP and negative way, which is not good for me. And finally, all these AI equipment, they are e-waste. When they are not okay, if you don't dump them very well, you create another environmental concern to all of us. And it is AI, it is good. That is why AI has dual impacts, for positive and for negative. Is that left for you? If you are a criminal, go for the negative. You are a good person that want to add value to the world, which sustainability preaches, you go for the positive. It's as simple as that. Ability to pay the real and detect the fake. While I was doing presentation today in that was program, moderating the program, I showed that ball. And people shut down that ball, the lion. We were in Zambia, and they told us, the some of us said, they are playing. That's Doctor there in UK, there are many. That's Musa, all of us. That's NTN, HSC manager, and Green. At that experience, we went to Victoria Fall, and they just say that people will see more things that we can enter a place that they'll be lion, and you'll be walking with lion. That place, zebra everywhere. Lion? I told you I'm not going. Everybody started making that I'm not afraid. I said, yes, I'm afraid. I can't tell lion is. He said they filmed the lion. I said, it doesn't mean if you tell me I want to enter the thing, change the lion. All the people in Nigeria will say, you see that name? The two of them. So this place are very those things. And that is my defense. I will teach you how to so you take it you can defend of people I don't pay. And it's not too good for it's not anybody to This we say our company is doing some things for community and are lying. Not for community. They ask you this one say. Begin the right thing as people. The highest so far in greenwashing in the world happened to Volkswagen. Volkswagen paid $34.69 billion for up to like 5 or 6 years of doing bad things to the world. What did they do? Look at them. They are giving the world is a fake value, AI. And they are all taking it until United States Environmental Protection Agency sent us check using AI. They checked everything and found them guilty. This is what they paid. Nigeria can do anything, you not do anything now. This thing they pay, they record all their vehicles in that batches. Dig them out. We bring it now. We go back to Toyota to go for the pass. They bring it here, we go to pollute our own land. Toyota followed $180 million. They asked them to share their report. Because you delay to share the emission report, you are slammed with a penalty. Not Nigeria. Instead, if you slam you, you settle. And you get to the one the settlement, not even to slam you. They want the settlement. You should give them, that's AI. Walmart, very popular in UK. Calls all of them. They claim that their product is environmentally friendly from bamboo. It's a lie. It's not the real product. They detected them, they pay money. Any claim that his palm oil diesel was green is a lie. Green them means it's environmentally sustainable, it's a lie. They paid $5.6. There are many lies in Nigeria. Many green lies. People lie, you see it. Who punish them? Who goes after them? These are the challenges we have. That is why we have sustainable AI or AI for sustainability. They are two different things. They look alike. Sustainable AI, that's the responsible AI. Using AI with ethics, using AI with good governance structure. That is good. Then there's AI for sustainability. And the two look alike, but they are different. If you mention sustainable AI, that means in that AI tools you are talking about, you integrate sustainability in it to manage the environment, to manage social, and to manage the economic part of sustainability. That AI system itself should not be causing pollution on the environment. But AI for sustainability, any AI you design, it will support not having pollution, not having things that affect all of us in the environment and society. So responsible AI in NS and Young, strategy document, they put it like this: that when you have AI system, it must be trustworthy, data protection must be key, governance is important, AI is very good. See what Fine Boy is doing. If you don't read Fine Boy's video, you are not yet a safety professional. Share with people. He only speaks simple language, very for those people to learn, and truly is a fine boy. You can't, but you can't get So you have responsible AI. It's not a different type of AI. It's just that AI must have governance structure, see, data protection, accountability. Is important nature of AI. All of them security, compliance, transparency, fairness. So you need to balance the dual impact of AI. You need to have regulations, policy, promote the inclusion, my brother said, promote it with AI too, and you have to go towards sustainable AI. So that any AI system that deploying, you are integrating element of economic, element of environmental, element of social sustainability in it is very important. As we end the lecture, many things I have to say inside. I wanted to give you some inside examples across continents, but don't worry, we'll share that with you. Me and you that are here, and other policymakers and technologies, please take note. We must collaborate for sustainable AI innovations, which CEIL is meant for, so that we leave no one behind. All of us must work together as a team. When you hear doing something, work together, support the program. Thank you, my brother, for bringing your company to support us. Because we don't do that, what you can do. Can we give you just one clap? Don't go. Don't give him two, we'll be too happy. Just give him one and we go. Also, us more, God will continue to enrich your company and promote you. This can also be used as a company to say you support humanity. So on this basis, I want to say I have landed the aircraft, there was no crash at all. I don't see up before it. I know somebody very well. The president of Nigeria, I want to pray. Thank you very much. And please take me for me like that. I thank you. Thank you.
When I eventually get home in one piece, I will give glory to God. I will frame it. No, I will sustain the usage. With a round of applause for Engineer Dami Badmos for that wonderful presentation. The pilots of the aircraft SEAL 101. Did you land it successfully? No, we were not listening. We were not listening. He said he will not land it. He will not land it in Dubai. He will bring us back. So he has brought us back. Well, it's been a long, yet engaging, and I dare say, fulfilling day. The conversations we've had here today, for some have been eye-opening, for some have been awakening, and for others have been reviving. Please, let's make sure that these conversations don't die the moment we step out of these doors. Final Safety said something. He said, if you cannot fulfill all of the 17 SDGs, choose which one. You don't have to. Choose which one or two you can effectively deliver and start working towards it. Let's be agents of change. I'd like to invite back here the Director of Safety. I'm sorry to interrupt that important meeting, but we have to appreciate his contribution to the success of this conference. As he comes forward, I will invite to the microphone and invite forward Dr. Monica Mosu to present this token of appreciation to Engineer Dami Badmos for his wonderful presentation on detecting the fake and knowing how to use AI for real.
Congratulations.
A round of applause, please. A round of applause. No, don't pay him back in his own coin. A round of applause. Will be too many. Okay. For the championing work that Engineer Dami did, for the women. Can the women give him a resounding round of applause? The women, sir. Oh, supporting. All right, so I did say that while the presentation was going on, some papers will be passed around, some pieces of paper will be passed around. If you have picked one, it is time to bring it out. I saw the opportunity and I made sure to grab it because I have my own paper right here. Now it's refusing to come out. Did somebody? My goodness. I saw the opportunity and I took it. Oh my goodness. Now it's right here. All right. So just 1 minute. You just might win something. I'm seeing some disappointments here and there. What are you looking for? What's contained in the paper? Yeah. Somebody asked what are you looking for? Look. Please, I hope we have leverage on AI to detect fake. Which one is available? Because I'm getting vacation in Dubai. Sorry, Dubai. iPhone 16. That's not from. Yeah. I see my own. I don't want to say, like with the microphone. I don't want to say it. No. Let's keep it funded. Right. I need more industry. So my house, please, is the glass off? Oh, I said it already. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, I want something actually. I want something. Yeah. Please don't call me. I want something. Am I the only one that wants something? No. Not only me. That would be unfair and unjust. Oh, please. It's sustainable. China, the silver glass, and I can assure you it's sustainable. To see of the center of excellence for educational leadership. Just want something. Distinguished magazine. Ovation of Safety and Security Watch magazine. Somebody else won an electric kettle. Congratulations. Please, if you have not made your way to the exhibition stands, make sure you have limited exhibiting safety and personal protection equipment. Limited. So that's Millery, okay. Millery Limited, exhibiting hands-on facility. So please make your way down here. If you haven't done so, providing medical solutions, electrical solutions, safety and health solutions, printing and identification solutions, general procurement solutions. Everybody, if you haven't find out, choosing something, choosing something. Choosing of production, existing, and you never know what you can find. Because and the windows to collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I want to prove your indulgence. Please return to your seats. Very quickly, please return to your seats. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, this is a final round. Please, right after this, we can go on to the photographs, we can continue with the networking, and we can continue with the collaborations. Let's close this on a previous note. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please turn to your seats as we bring a pause to these conversations. We are not stopping the conversations because we take these conversations and the insights we have drawn to our respective places and do something with it. We will be change agents in our communities, in our environments, agents for sustainability. We will help to protect the planet, we will help to take care of the people, and in any way possible, with these things, make the profits and will generate prosperity. Please let us all settle down for this last call. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure being your master ceremonies for this Sustainability and Innovation Conference and the Center of Excellence for Innovation and Leadership. Name is Samuel Ocho. I wish everyone a safe journey back to all your destinations. Remember, sustainability doesn't stop here. Sustainability continues beyond here. Whatever you do, make sure you're not covered by anybody. Make sure you're not left out. Make sure you find yourself in your position. Whatever you do, make sure you're not left out of what is going on. Dr. Julius was saying outside, this is a relatively new field. This is not just a conference, it's a movement. Make sure you do not get left behind. If you are not this is the maiden edition of this Sustainability and Innovation Conference. It can only get better, bigger and better. Can we all say see? Can we also see? Can somebody do a short video? Short video. Short video. Yeah. Let us know when you're ready. Okay, wait, short video. Short video. Who's the of this one? Are you ready? The phone must be sustainable. Are we ready? Secretary, are we ready? Short video, are we ready? On my count. Say, see you soon.
My God, my God. See, my God, sustainability for the future. Are we in agreement? So, and 3, 2, 1,
Come back now and tell me to still. That will bring money from the sky. It's AI way of making money. I want to say, for NECA, cash and a half, go!
it's been a wonderful time. Please, I don't this country and say, introduction to photographers. The local community, the LOCs of this conference, HOA, your way. Please make let's let me show you the team that has powered and made this conference. There was a dreams. It should be here. This team, trust me, they are great people. Ready to serve, ready to help, passionate. Yes. Let me know when you're taking this one. I gotta jump in. Beautiful people, I tell you, beautiful people.
Yes.
Somebody shout money. Listen. This picture was successful. It was going to go to the news. We got to continue us down for the thanks. It's been a wonderful day. Thanks.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. We cannot thank you enough. Please visit all the exhibition stands this morning. We have exhibition stands here. Thank you. Please meet Rachel of hands-on facilities for anything you want. Fantastic. Air protection, eye protection, all sorts of protection.
I spend because you deserve all the again.